Ben Jonson Entertains a Man from Stratford, by Edwin Arlington Robinson. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice. You are a friend then, as I make it out, of our man Shakespeare, who alone of us will put an ass's head in fairyland, as he would add a shilling to more shillings, almost harmonious, and out of his miraculous inviolable increase fills Ilion, Rome, or any town you like, of olden time, with timeless Englishmen. And I must wonder what you think of him, all you down there where your small Avon flows by Stratford, and where you're an alderman. Some for a guess would have him riding back to be a farrier there, or say a dyer, or maybe one of your adept surveyors, or like enough the wizard of all tanners. Not you, no fear of that, for I discern in you a kindling of the flame that saves, the nimble element, the true caloric. I see it, and was told of it, moreover, by our discriminate friend himself, no other. Had you been one of the sad average, as he would have it, meaning, as I take it, the sinew and the solvent of our island, you'd not be buying beer for this Terpander's approved and estimated friend Ben Jonson. He'd never foist it as a part of his contingent entertainment of a townsman, while he goes off rehearsing, as he must, if he shall ever be the Duke of Stratford. And my words are no shadow on your town, far from it, for one town dislike another as all are unlike London. Oh, he knows it, and there's the Stratford in him. He denies it, and there's the Shakespeare in him. So God help him. I tell him he needs Greek, but neither God nor Greek will help him. Nothing will help that man. You see, the fates have given him so much he must have all or perish, or look out of London where he sees too many lords. They're part of half what ails him. I suppose there's nothing fouler down among the demons than what it is he feels when he remembers the dust and sweat and ointment of his calling, with his lords looking on and laughing at him. King as he is, he can't be king de facto, and that's as well, because he wouldn't like it. He'd frame a lower rating of men then than he has now, and after that would come an abdication or an apoplexy. He can't be king, not even king of Stratford, though half the world, if not the whole of it, may crown him with a crown that fits no king save Lord Apollo's homesick emissary. Not there on Avon or on any stream, where naiads in their white arms are no more, shall he find home again. It's all too bad. But there's a comfort, for he'll have that house, the best you ever saw, and he'll be there anon as you're an alderman. Good God, he makes me lie awake o' nights and laugh. And you have known him from his origin, you tell me, and a most uncommon urchin he must have been to the few seeing ones. A trifle terrifying, I dare say, discovering a world with his man's eyes, quite as another lad might see some finches, if he looked hard and had an eye for nature. But this one had his eyes and their foretelling, and he had you to fare with, and what else? He must have had a father and a mother. In fact, I've heard him say so. And a dog, as a boy should, I venture, and the dog, most likely, was the only man who knew him. A dog, for all I know, is what he needs as much as anything right here today, to counsel him about his disillusions, old aches and parturitions of what's coming. A dog of orders, an emeritus, to wag his tail at him when he comes home, and then to put his paws up on his knees and say, "For God's sake, what's it all about?" I don't know whether he needs a dog or not, or what he needs. I tell him he needs Greek. I'll talk of rules and Aristotle with him, and if his tongue's at home he'll say to that, "I have your word that Aristotle knows, and do you mind that I don't know Aristotle?" He's all at odds with all the unities, and what's yet worse, it doesn't seem to matter. He treads along through time's old wilderness, as if the tramp of all the centuries had left no roads, and there are none for him. He doesn't see them, even with those eyes, and that's a pity, or I say it is. Accordingly we have him as we have him, going his way the way that he goes best, a pleasant animal with no great noise or nonsense anywhere to set him off, save only diverse and inclement devils have made of late his heart their dwelling place. A flame half ready to fly out sometimes that some annoyance may be fanned up in him, but soon it falls, and when it falls goes out. He knows how little room there is in there for crude and futile animosities, and how much for the joy of being whole, and how much for long sorrow and old pain. On our side there are some who may be given to grow old wondering what he thinks of us, and some above us who are, in his eyes, above himself, and that's quite right in English. Yet here we smile, or disappoint the gods who made it so. The gods have always eyes to see men scratch, and they see one down here who itches, manner bitten to the bone, albeit he knows himself. Yes, yes, he knows, the Lord of more than England, and of more than all the seas of England in all time shall ever wash. Do you wonder that I laugh? He sees me, and he doesn't seem to care, and why the devil should he? I can't tell you. I'll meet him out alone of a bright Sunday, trim, rather spruce, and quite the gentleman. What ho, my lord, say I. He doesn't hear me, wherefore I have to pause and look at him. He's not enormous, but one looks at him. A little on the round, if you insist, for now, God save the mark, he's growing old. He's 45, and to hear him talk these days you'd call him 80. Then you'd add more years to that. He's old enough to be the father of a world, and so he is. "Ben, you're a scholar, what's the time of day?" says he, and there shines out of him again an aged light that has no age or station, the mystery that's his, a mischievous half-mad serenity that laughs at fame for being won so easy, and at friends who laugh at him for what he wants the most, and for his dukedom down in Warwickshire, by which you see we're all a little jealous. Poor Green, I fear the color of his name was even as that of his ascending soul, and he was one where there are many others, some scrivening to the end against their fate, their puppets all in ink and all to die there, and some with hands that once would shade an eye that scanned Euripides and Aeschylus, will reach by this time for a pot-house mop, to slush their first and last of royalties. Poor devils, and they all play to his hand, for so it was in Athens and old Rome. But that's not here or there. I've wandered off. Green does it, or I'm careful. Where's that boy? Yes, he'll go back to Stratford, and we'll miss him. Dear sir, there'll be no London here without him. We'll all be riding one of these fine days down there to see him, and his wife won't like us. And then we'll think of what he never said of women, which, if taken all in all with what he did say, would buy many horses. Though nowadays he's not so much for women. So few of them, he says, are worth the guessing. But there's a worm at work when he says that, and while he says it, one feels in the air a deal of circumambient hocus-pocus. They've had him dancing till his toes were tender, and he can feel 'em now come chilly rains. There's no long cry for going into it, however, and we don't know much about it. But you in Stratford, like most here in London, have more now in the sonnets than you paid for. He's put one there with all her poison on, to make a singing fiction of a shadow that's in his life a fact, and always will be. But she's no care of ours, though time, I fear, will have a more reverberant ado about her than about another one, who seems to have decoyed him, married him, and sent him scuttling on his way to London, with much already learned, and more to learn, and more to follow. Lord, how I see him now, pretending, maybe trying to be like us. Whatever he may have meant, we never had him. He failed us, or escaped, or what you will, and there was that about him, God knows what, we'd flayed another had he tried it on us, that made as many of us as had wits more fond of all his easy distances than one another's noise and clap your shoulder. But think you not, my friend, he'd never talk. talk, he was eldritch at it, and we listened, thereby acquiring much we knew before about ourselves, and hitherto had held irrelevant, or not primed to the purpose. And there were some, of course, and there be now, disordered and reduced amazedly to resignation by the mystic seal of young finality the gods had laid on everything that made him a young demon. And one or two shot looks at him already, as he had been their executioner. And once or twice he was, not knowing it, or knowing, being sorry for poor clay, and saying nothing. Yet for all his engines, you meet 1,000 of an afternoon, who strut and sun themselves, and see around 'em a world made out of more that has a reason than his, I swear, that he sees here today, though he may scarcely give a fool an exit. But we mark how he sees in everything a law that, given we flout it once too often, brings fire and iron down on our naked heads. To me it looks as if the power that made him, for fear of giving all things to one creature, left out the first, faith, innocence, illusion, whatever 'tis that keeps us out of Bedlam, and thereby, for his too consuming vision, empowered him out of nature, though to see him, you'd never guess what's going on inside him. He'll break out some day like a keg of ale, with too much independent frenzy in it, and all for cellaring what he knows won't keep, and what he'd best forget, but that he can't. You'll have it, and have more than I'm foretelling, and there'll be such a roaring at the globe as never stunned the bleeding gladiators. He'll have to change the color of its hair a bit, for now he calls it Cleopatra. Black hair would never do for Cleopatra. But you and I are not yet 2 old women, and you're a man of office. What he does is more to you than how it is he does it. And that's what the Lord God has never told him. They work together, and the devil helps them. They do it of a morning, or if not, they do it of a night, in which event he's peevish of a morning. He seems old. He's not the proper stomach or the sleep, and they're 2 sovereign agents to conserve him against the fiery art that has no mercy but what's in that prodigious grand new house. I gather something happening in his boyhood fulfilled him with a boy's determination to make all Stratford ware of him. Well, well, I hope at last he'll have his joy of it, and all his pigs and sheep and bellowing beeves, and frogs and owls and unicorns, moreover, be less than hell to his attendant ears. Oh, past a doubt, we'll all go down to see him. He may be wise. With London 2 days off, down there some wind of heaven may yet revive him. But there's no quickening breath from anywhere shall make of him again the poised young fawn from Warwickshire, who'd made, it seems, already a legend of himself before I came, to blink before the last of his first lightning. Whatever there'll be no more of that. The coming on of his old monster time has made him a still man, and he has dreams were fair to think on once, and all found hollow. He knows how much of what men paint themselves would blister in the light of what they are. He sees how much of what was great now shares an eminence transformed and ordinary. He knows too much of what the world has hushed in others to be loud now for himself. He knows now at what height low enemies may reach his heart, and high friends let him fall. But what not even such as he may know bedevils him the worst. His lark may sing at heaven's gate how he will, and for as long as joy may listen, but he sees no gate, save one whereat the spent clay waits a little, before the churchyard has it, and the worm. Not long ago, late in an afternoon, I came on him unseen down Lambeth Way, and on my life I was afeard of him. He gloomed and mumbled like a soul from Tophet, his hands behind him and his head bent solemn. "What is it now?" said I. "Another woman?" That made him sorry for me, and he smiled. "No, Ben," he mused, "it's nothing. It's all nothing. We come, we go, and when we're done, we're done. Spiders and flies, we're mostly one or the other. We come, we go, and when we're done, we're done." "By God, you sing that song as if you knew it," said I, by way of cheering him. "What ails ye?" "I think I must have come down here to think," says he to that, and pulls his little beard. "Your fly will serve as well as anybody. And what's his hour? He flies and flies and flies, and in his fly's mind has a brave appearance. And then your spider gets him in her net, and eats him out, and hangs him up to dry. That's Nature, the kind mother of us all. And then your slattern housemaid swings her broom, and where's your spider? And that's Nature also. It's Nature, and it's nothing. It's all nothing. It's a world where bugs and emperors go singularly back to the same dust, each in his time, and the old ordered stars that sang together, Ben, will sing the same old stave tomorrow." When he talks like that, there's nothing for a human man to do but lead him to some grateful nook like this, where we be now, and there to make him drink. He'll drink for love of me, and then be sick, a sad sign always in a man of parts, and always very ominous. The great should be as large in liquor as in love, and our great friend is not so large in either. One disaffects him, and the other fails him. Whatso he drinks that has an antic in it, he's wondering what's to pay in his insides. And while his eyes are on the Cyprian, he's fribbling all the time with that damned house. We laugh here at his thrift, but after all, it may be thrift that saves him from the devil. God gave us anyhow, and we'll suppose he knew the compound of his handiwork. Today the clouds are with him, but anon he'll out of 'em enough to shake the tree of life itself, and bring down fruit unheard of, and, throwing in the bruised and whole together, prepare a wine to make us drunk with wonder. And if he live, there'll be a sunset spell thrown over him as over a glassed lake that yesterday was all a black wild water. God send he live to give us, if no more, what's now a rampage in him, and exhibit, with a decent half-allegiance to the ages, an earnest of at least a casual eye, turned once on what he owes to Gutenberg, and to the fealty of more centuries that are as yet a picture in our vision. "There's time enough. I'll do it when I'm old, and we're immortal men," he says to that. And then he says to me, "Ben, what's immortal? Think you, by any force of ordination, it may be nothing of a sort more noisy than a small oblivion of component ashes, that of a dream-addicted world was once a moving atomy, much like your friend here? Nothing will help that man. To make him laugh, I said then he was a mad mountebank, and by the Lord I near made him cry. I could have et and effed then, on my knees, tail, claws, and all of him, for I had stung the king of men, who had no sting for me, and I had hurt him in his memories. And I say now, as I shall say again, I love the man this side idolatry. He'll do it when he's old, he says. I wonder. He may not be so ancient as all that. For such as he, the thing that is to do will do itself. But there's a reckoning. The sessions that are now too much his own, the roiling inward of a stilled outside, the churning out of all those blood-fed lines, the nights of many schemes and little sleep, the full brain hammered hot with too much thinking, the vexed heart overworn with too much aching, this weary jangling of conjoined affairs, made out of elements that have no end, and all confused at once, I understand, is not what makes a man to live forever. Oh no, not now. He'll not be going now. There'll be time yet, for God knows what explosions, before he goes. He'll stay a while. Just wait. Just wait a year or two for Cleopatra, for she's to be a balsam and a comfort. And that's not all a jape of mine now, either. For granted once the old way of Apollo sings in a man, he may then, if he's able, strike unafraid whatever strings he will, upon the last and wildest of new lyres. Nor out of his new music, though it hymn the shrieks of dungeoned hell, shall he create a madness or a gloom to shut quite out a cleaving daylight, and a last great calm, triumphant over shipwreck and all storms. He might have given Aristotle creeps. but surely would have given him his catharsis. He'll not be going yet. There's too much yet unsung within the man. But when he goes, I'd stake ye coin o' the realm his only care—for a phantom world he sounded and found wanting—will be a portion here, a portion there, of this or that thing, or some other thing, that has a patent and intrinsical equivalence in those egregious shillings. And yet he knows, God help him. Tell me now, if ever there was anything let loose on earth by gods or devils heretofore, like this mad, careful, proud, indifferent Shakespeare, where was it, if it ever was? By heaven, 'twas never yet in Rhodes or Pergamon, in Thebes or Nineveh, a thing like this. No thing like this was ever out of England, and that he knows. I wonder if he cares. Perhaps he does. O Lord, that house in Stratford. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Childe Roland to the Dark Tower Came by Robert Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Morgan Schlicker. My first thought was, he lied in every word, that hoary cripple, with malicious eye askance to watch the working of his lie on mine, and mouth scarce able to afford suppression of the glee that pursed and scored its edge at one more victim gained thereby. What else should he be set for with his staff? What, save to waylay with his lies, ensnare all travellers who might find him posted there and ask the road? I guessed what skull-like laugh would break, what crutch 'gan write my epitaph for pastime in the dusty thoroughfare, if at his counsel I should turn aside into that ominous tract which all agree hides the Dark Tower. Yet acquiescingly I did turn as he pointed, neither pride nor hope rekindling at the end descried, so much as gladness that some end might be. For what with my whole world-wide wandering, what with my search drawn out through years, my hope dwindled into a ghost not fit to cope with that obstreperous joy success would bring. I hardly tried now to rebuke the spring my heart made, finding failure in its scope. As when a sick man very near to death seems dead indeed, and feels begin and end the tears, and takes the farewell of each friend, and hears one bid the other go, draw breath freelier outside. Since all is o'er, he saith, and the blow fallen no grieving can amend. While some discuss if near the other graves be room enough for this, and when a day suits best for carrying the corpse away, with care about the banners, scarves, and staves, and still the man hears all, and only craves he may not shame such tender love and stay. Thus I had so long suffered in this quest, heard failure prophesied so oft, been writ so many times among the band, to wit the knights who to the Dark Tower search addressed their steps, that just to fail as they seemed best, and all the doubt was now, should I be fit. So quiet as despair I turned from him that hateful cripple, out of his highway into the path appointed. All the day had been a dreary one at best, and dim was settling to its close, yet shot one grim red leer to see the plain catch its estray. For mark, no sooner was I fairly found pledged to the plain, after a pace or two, than pausing to throw backward a last view o'er the safe road, 'twas gone. Grey plain all round, nothing but plain to the horizon's bound. I might go on, naught else remained to do. So on I went. I think I never saw such starved, ignoble nature. Nothing throve, for flowers, as well expect a cedar grove, but cockle, spurge, according to their law might propagate their kind, with none to awe, you'd think. A burr had been a treasure trove. No, penury, inertness, and grimace in the strange sort were the land's portion. See or shut your eyes, said nature peevishly, it nothing skills. I cannot help my case. 'Tis the last judgment's fire must cure this place, calcine its clods, and set my prisoners free. If there pushed any ragged thistle stalk above its mates, the head was chopped, the bents were jealous else. What made those holes and rents in the dock's harsh swarth leaves, bruised as to balk all hope of greenness? 'Tis a brute must walk pashing their life out with a brute's intents. As for the grass, it grew as scant as hair in leprosy. Thin, dry blades pricked the mud which underneath looked kneaded up with blood. One stiff, blind horse, his every bone a stare, stood stupefied, however he came there, thrust out past service from the devil's stud. Alive? He might be dead for aught I know, with that red, gaunt, and colloped neck a-strain, and shut eyes underneath the rusty mane. Seldom went such grotesqueness with such woe. I never saw a brute I hated so. He must be wicked to deserve such pain. I shut my eyes and turned them on my heart. As a man calls for wine before he fights, I asked one draught of earlier, happier sights, ere fitly I could hope to play my part. Think first, fight afterwards, the soldier's art. One taste of the old time sets all to rights. Not it! I fancied Cuthbert's reddening face beneath its garniture of curly gold. Dear fellow, till I almost felt him fold an arm in mine to fix me to the place, the way he used. Alas, one night's disgrace! Out went my heart's new fire and left it cold. Giles, then, the soul of honor! There he stands, frank as 10 years ago, when knighted first. What honest man should dare, he said, he durst. Good! But the scene shifts. Faugh! What hangman hands pinned to his breast a parchment? His own bands read it. Poor traitor, spit upon and cursed. Better this present than a past like that. Back, therefore, to my darkening path again. No sound, no sight as far as eye could strain. Will the night send a howlet of a bat? I asked, when something on the dismal flat came to arrest my thoughts and change their train. A sudden little river crossed my path as unexpected as a serpent comes. No sluggish tide congenial to the glooms this, as it frothed by, might have been a bath for the fiend's glowing hoof, to see the wrath of its black eddy bespate with flakes and spumes. So petty, yet so spiteful all along, low scrubby alders kneeled down over it, drenched willows flung them headlong in a fit of mute despair, a suicidal throng. The river which had done them all the wrong, whate'er that was, rolled by, deterred no whit. Which while I forded, good saints, how I feared to set my foot upon a dead man's cheek, each step, or feel the spear I thrust to seek for hollows, tangled in his hair or beard. It may have been a water rat I speared, but ugh! It sounded like a baby's shriek. Glad was I when I reached the other bank. Now for a better country! Vain presage! Who were the strugglers? What war did they wage, whose savage trample thus could pad the dank soil to a plash? Toads in a poisoned tank, or wild cats in a red-hot iron cage? The fight must so have seemed in that fell cirque. What penned them there, with all the plain to choose? No footprint leading to that horrid mews, none out of it. Mad brewage set to work their brains, no doubt. Like galley slaves the Turk pits for his pastime, Christians against Jews. And more than that, a furlong on, why there! What bad use was that engine for, that wheel, or brake, not wheel, that harrow fit to reel men's bodies out like silk, with all the air of Tophet's tool, on earth left unaware, or brought to sharpen its rusty teeth of steel? Then came a bit of stubbed ground, once a wood, next a marsh it would seem, and now mere earth desperate and done with. So a fool finds mirth, makes a thing and then mars it, till his mood changes and off he goes, within a rood, bog, clay, and rubble, sand, and stark black dearth. Now blotches rankling, colored, gay, and grim, now patches where some leanness of the soils broke into moss or substances like thus. Then came some palsied oak, a cleft in him like a distorted mouth that splits its rim, gaping at death, and dies while it recoils. And just as far as ever from the end, naught in the distance but the evening, naught to point my footstep further. At the thought a great black bird, Apollyon's bosom friend, sailed past, nor beat his wide wing dragon-penned that brushed my cap, perchance the guide I sought. For looking up, aware I somehow grew, spite of the dusk, the plain had given place all round to mountains, with such name to grace mere ugly heights and heaps now stolen in view. How thus they had surprised me, solve it you! How to get from them was no clearer case. Yet half I seemed to recognize some trick of mischief happened to me, God knows when, in a bad perhaps. Here ended then progress this way, when, in the very nick of giving up, one time more came a click as when a trap shuts. You're inside the den. Burningly it came on me all at once. This was the place. Those two hills on the right, couched like two bulls locked horn in fight, while to the left a tall scalped mountain. Dunce, dotard, a dozing at the very nonce, after a life spent training for the sight. What in the midst lay but the tower itself, the round squat turret, blind as the fool's heart, built of brown stone, without a counterpart in the whole world. The tempest's mocking elf points to the shipman thus the unseen shelf he strikes on, only when the timbers start. Not see? Because of night, perhaps. Why, day came back again for that. Before it left, the dying sunset kindled through a cleft. The hills, like giants at a hunting, lay chin upon hand to see the game at bay. Now stab and end the creature, to the heft! Not here, when noise was everywhere? It tolled, increasing like a bell, names in my ears of all the lost adventurers my peers. How such a one was strong, and such was bold, and such was fortunate, yet each of old lost, lost! One moment knelled the woe of years. There they stood ranged along the hillsides, met to view the last of me, a living frame for one more picture. In a sheet of flame I saw them, and I knew them all. And yet dauntless the slug-horn to my lips I set, and blew, Child Roland to the dark tower came. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Deserted Village by Oliver Goldsmith. Read for LibriVox.org by Algie Pugg. Dedication to Sir Joshua Reynolds. Dear Sir, I can have no expectations in an address of this kind, either to add to your reputation or to establish my own. You can gain nothing from my admiration, as I am ignorant of that art in which you are said to excel, and I may lose much by the severity of your judgment, as few have a juster taste in poetry than you. Setting interest therefore aside, to which I never paid much attention, I must be indulged at present in following my affections. The only dedication I ever made was to my brother, because I loved him better than most other men. He is since dead. Permit me to inscribe this poem to you. How far you may be pleased with the versification and mere mechanical parts of this attempt, I don't pretend to inquire. But I know you will object, and indeed several of our best and wisest friends concur in the opinion, that the depopulation it deplores is nowhere to be seen, and the disorders it laments are only to be found in the poet's own imagination. To this I can scarce make any other answer than that I sincerely believe what I have written, that I have taken all possible pains, in my country excursions, for these 4 or 5 years past, to be certain of what I allege, and that all my views and inquiries have led me to believe those miseries real, which I here attempt to display. But this is not the place to enter into an inquiry, whether the country be depopulating or not. The discussion would take up much room, and I should prove myself, at best, an indifferent politician, to tire the reader with a long preface, when I want his unfatigued attention to a long poem. In regretting the depopulation of the country, I inveigh against the increase of our luxuries. And here also I expect the shout of modern politicians against me. For 20 or 30 years past it has been the fashion to consider luxury as one of the greatest national advantages, and all the wisdom of antiquity in that particular as erroneous. Still, however, I must remain a professed ancient on that head, and continue to think those luxuries prejudicial to states by which so many vices are introduced, and so many kingdoms have been undone. Indeed, so much has been poured out of late on the other side of the question, that merely for the sake of novelty and variety, one would sometimes wish to be in the right. I am, dear Sir, your sincere friend and ardent admirer, Oliver Goldsmith. The Deserted Village. Sweet Auburn, loveliest village of the plain, where health and plenty cheered the labouring swain, where smiling spring its earliest visit paid, and parting summer's lingering blooms delayed. Dear lovely bowers of innocence and ease, seats of my youth, when every sport could please, how often have I loitered o'er thy green, where humble happiness endeared each scene. How often have I paused on every charm, the sheltered cot, the cultivated farm, the never-failing brook, the busy mill, the decent church that topped the neighbouring hill, the hawthorn bush, with seats beneath the shade, for talking age and whispering lovers made. How often have I blessed the coming day, when toil remitting lent its turn to play, and all the village train, from labour free, led up their sports beneath the spreading tree, while many pastimes circled in the shade, the young contending as the old surveyed. And many a gambol frolicked o'er the ground, and slates of art and feats of strength went round. And still as each repeated pleasure tired, succeeding sports the mirthful band inspired. The dancing pair that simply sought renown, by holding out to tire each other down. The swain mistrustless of his smutted face, while secret laughter tittered round the place. The bashful virgin's sidelong looks of love, the matron's glance that would those looks reprove. These were thy charms, sweet village, sports like these, with sweet succession taught in toil to please. These round thy bowers their cheerful influence shed, these were thy charms, but all these charms are fled. Sweet smiling village, loveliest of the lawn, thy sports are fled, and all thy charms withdrawn. Amidst thy bowers the tyrant's hand is seen, and desolation saddens all thy green. One only master grasps the whole domain, and half a tillage stints thy smiling plain. No more thy glassy brook reflects the day, but choked with sedges, works its weedy way. Along thy glades, a solitary guest, the hollow sounding bittern guards its nest. Amidst thy desert walks the lapwing flies, and tires their echoes with unvaried cries. Sunk are thy bowers in shapeless ruin all, and the long grass o'ertops the mouldering wall. And trembling, shrinking from the spoiler's hand, far, far away thy children leave the land. Ill fares the land, to hastening ills a prey, where wealth accumulates and men decay. Princes and lords may flourish, or may fade. A breath can make them, as a breath has made. But a bold peasantry, their country's pride, when once destroyed, can never be supplied. A time there was, ere England's griefs began, when every rood of ground maintained its man. For him light labour spread her wholesome store, just gave what life required, but gave no more. His best companions, innocence and health, and his best riches, ignorance of wealth. But times are altered. Trade's unfeeling train usurped the land and dispossessed the swain. Along the lawn, where scattered hamlets rose, unwieldy wealth and cumbrous pomp repose, and every want to opulence allied, and every pang that folly pays to pride. Those gentle hours that plenty bade to bloom, those calm desires that asked but little room, those healthful sports that graced the peaceful scene, lived in each look, and brightened all the green, these, far departing, seek a kinder shore, and rural mirth and manners are no more. Sweet Auburn, parent of the blissful hour, thy glades forlorn confess the tyrant's power. Here as I take my solitary rounds, amidst thy tangling walks and ruined grounds, and, many a year elapsed, return to view where once the cottage stood, the hawthorn grew, remembrance wakes with all her busy train, swells at my breast, and turns the past to pain. In all my wanderings round this world of care, in all my griefs, and God has given my share, I still had hopes my latest hours to crown, amidst these humble bowers to lay me down, to husband out life's taper at the close, and keep the flame from wasting by repose. I still had hopes, for pride attends us still, amidst the swains to show my book-learned skill, around my fire an evening group to draw, and tell of all I felt and all I saw. And as a hare, whom hounds and horns pursue, pants to the place from whence at first she flew, I still had hopes, my long vexations past, here to return, and die at home at last. O blest retirement, friend to life's decline, retreats from care, that never must be mine! How happy he who crowns in shades like these a youth of labour with an age of ease! Who quits a world where strong temptations try, and since 'tis hard to combat, learns to fly. For him no wretches, born to work and weep, explore the mine, or tempt the dangerous deep. No surly porter stands in guilty state, to spurn imploring famine from the gate. But on he moves to meet his latter end, angels around befriending virtue's friend, bends to the grave with unperceived decay, while resignation gently slopes the way, and, all his prospects brightening to the last, his heaven commences ere the world be past. Sweet was the sound when oft at evening's close up yonder hill the village murmur rose. There as I passed with careless steps and slow, the mingling notes came softened from below, the swain responsive as the milkmaid sung, the sober herd that lowed to meet their young, the noisy geese that gabbled o'er the pool, the playful children just let loose from school, the watchdog's voice that bade the whispering wind, and the loud laugh that spoke the vacant mind. These all in sweet confusion sought the shade, and filled each pause the nightingale had made. But now the sounds of population fail, no cheerful murmurs fluctuate in the gale, no busy steps the grass-grown footway tread, for all the bloomy flush of life is fled. All but yon widowed solitary thing that feebly bends beside the plashy spring. She, wretched matron, forced in age for bread, to strip the brook with mantling cresses spread, to pick her wintry faggot from the thorn, to seek her nightly shed, and weep till morn. She only left of all the harmless train, the sad historian of the pensive plain. Near yonder copse where once the garden smiled, and still where many a garden flower grows wild, there where a few torn shrubs the place disclose, the village preacher's modest mansion rose. A man he was to all the country dear, and passing rich with £40 a year. Remote from towns he ran his godly race, nor e'er had changed, nor wished to change his place. Unpractised he to fawn or seek for power, by doctrines fashioned to the varying hour. Far other aims his heart had learned to prize, more skilled to raise the wretched than to rise. His house was known to all the vagrant train, he chid their wanderings, but relieved their pain. The long-remembered beggar was his guest, whose beard descending swept his aged breast. The ruined spendthrift, now no longer proud, claimed kindred there, and had his claims allowed. The broken soldier, kindly bade to stay, sat by his fire and talked the night away, wept o'er his wounds, or tales of sorrow done, shouldered his crutch, and showed how fields were won. Pleased with his guests, the good man learned to glow, and quite forgot their vices in their woe. Careless their merits, or their faults to scan, his pity gave ere charity began. Thus to relieve the wretched was his pride, and e'en his failings leaned to virtue's side. But in his duty prompt at every call, he watched and wept, he prayed and felt for all. And as a bird each fond endearment tries to tempt its new-fledged offspring to the skies, he tried each art, reproved each dull delay, allured to brighter worlds, and led the way. Beside the bed where parting life was laid, and sorrow, guilt, and pain, by turns dismayed, the reverend champion stood. At his control, despair and anguish fled the struggling soul. Comfort came down the trembling wretch to raise, and his last faltering accents whispered praise. At church, with meek and unaffected grace, his looks adorned the venerable place. Truth from his lips prevailed with double sway, and fools who came to scoff remained to pray. The service past, around the pious man, with steady zeal each honest rustic ran. Even children followed with endearing wile, and plucked his gown to share the good man's smile. His ready smile a parent's warmth expressed. Their welfare pleased him, and their cares distressed. To them his heart, his love, his griefs were given, but all his serious thoughts had rest in heaven. As some tall cliff that lifts its awful form swells from the vale, and midway leaves the storm, though round its breast the rolling clouds are spread, eternal sunshine settles on its head. Beside yon straggling fence that skirts the way, with blossomed firs unprofitably gay, there in his noisy mansion, skilled to rule, the village master taught his little school. A man severe he was, and stern to view. I knew him well, and every truant knew. Well had the boding tremblers learnt to trace the day's disasters in his morning face. Full well they laughed, with counterfeited glee, at all his jokes, for many a joke had he. Full well the busy whisper, circling round, conveyed the dismal tidings when he frowned. Yet he was kind, or if severe in aught, the love he bore to learning was in fault. The village all declared how much he knew. 'Twas certain he could write, and cipher too. Lands he could measure, terms and tides presage, and e'en the story ran that he could gauge. In arguing too the parson owned his skill, and e'en though vanquished he could argue still, while words of learned length and thundering sound amazed the gazing rustics ranged around. And still they gazed, and still the wonder grew, that one small head could carry all he knew. But past is all his fame. The very spot where many a time he triumphed is forgot. Near yonder thorn that lifts its head on high, where once the signpost caught the passing eye, low lies that house where nut-brown draughts inspired, where greybeard mirth and smiling toil retired, where village statesmen talked with looks profound, and news much older than their ale went round. Imagination fondly stoops to trace the parlous splendours of that festive place. The whitewashed wall, the nicely sanded floor, the varnished clock that clicked behind the door, the chest contrived double debt to pay, a bed by night, a chest of drawers by day. The pictures placed for ornament and use, the 12 good rules, the royal game of goose, the heath, except when winter chilled the day, with aspen boughs and flowers and fennel gay, while broken teacups, wisely kept for show, ranged o'er the chimney, glistened in a row. Vain transitory splendours! Could not all reprieve the tottering mansion from its fall? Obscure it sinks, nor shall it more impart an hour's importance to the poor man's heart. Thither no more the peasant shall repair to sweet oblivion of his daily care. No more the farmer's news, the barber's tale, no more the woodman's ballad shall prevail. No more the smith his dusky brown shall clear, relax his ponderous strength, and lean to hear. The host himself no longer shall be found, careful to see that mantling bliss go round. Nor the coy maid, half willing to be pressed, shall kiss the cup to pass it to the rest. Yes, let the rich deride, the proud disdain These simple blessings of the lowly train. To me more dear, congenial to my heart, One native charm than all the gloss of art. Spontaneous joys, where nature has its play, The soul adopts and owns their first-born sway. Lightly they frolic o'er the vacant mind, Unenvied, unmolested, unconfined. But the long pomp, the midnight masquerade, With all the freaks of wanton wealth arrayed, In these, ere triflers half their wish obtain, The toiling pleasure sickens into pain. And e'en while fashion's brightest arts decoy, The heart distrusting asks if this be joy. Ye friends to truth, ye statesmen, who survey The rich man's joys increase, the poor's decay, 'Tis yours to judge, how wide the limits stand Between a splendid and a happy land. Proud swells the tide with loads of freighted ore, And shouting Folly hails them from her shore. Hordes, e'en beyond the miser's wish abound, And rich men flock from all the world around. Yet count our gains; this wealth is but a name, That leaves our useful products still the same. Not so the loss. The man of wealth and pride Takes up a space that many poor supplied. Space for his lake, his park's extended bounds, Space for his horses, equipage, and hounds. The robe that wraps his limbs in silken sloth Has robbed the neighbouring fields of half their growth. His seat, where solitary sports are seen, Indignant spurns the cottage from the green. Around the world each needful product flies, For all the luxuries the world supplies, While thus the land adorned for pleasure, all In barren splendour feebly waits the fall. As some fair female unadorned and plain, Secure to please while youth confirms her reign, Slights every borrowed charm that dress supplies, Nor shares with art the triumph of her eyes. But when those charms are past, for charms are frail, When time advances and when lovers fail, She then shines forth, solicitous to bless, In all the glaring impotence of dress. Thus fares the land, by luxury betrayed, In nature's simplest charms at first arrayed. But verging to decline, its splendours rise, Its vistas strike, its palaces surprise. While scourged by famine from the smiling land, The mournful peasant leads his humble band. And while he sinks, without one arm to save, The country blooms, a garden and a grave. Where then, ah, where, shall poverty reside, To 'scape the pressure of continuous pride? If to some common fenceless limits strayed, He drives his flock to pick the scanty blade, Those fenceless fields the sons of wealth divide, And e'en the bare worn common is denied. If to the city sped, what waits him there? To see profusion that he must not share, To see 10,000 baneful arts combine To pamper luxury and thin mankind, To see those joys the sons of pleasure know Extorted from his fellow creatures' woe. Here while the courtier glitters in brocade, There the pale artist plies the sickly trade. Here while the proud their long drawn pomps display, There the black gibbet glooms beside the way. The dome where pleasure holds her midnight reign, Here richly decked amidst the gorgeous train. Tumultuous grandeur crowds the blazing square, The rattling chariots clash, the torches glare. Sure scenes like this no troubles e'er annoy, Sure these denote one universal joy. Are these thy serious thoughts? Ah, turn thine eyes To where the poor houseless shivering female lies. She once, perhaps, in village plenty blest, Has wept at tales of innocence distressed. Her modest looks the cottage might adorn, Sweet as the primrose peeps beneath the thorn. Now lost to all, her friends, her virtue fled, Near her betrayer's door she lays her head, And, pinched with cold, and shrinking from the shower, With heavy heart deplores that luckless hour, when idly first, ambitious of the town, she left her wheel and robes of country brown. Do thine, sweet Auburn, thine the loveliest train, do thy fair tribes participate her pain? E'en now, perhaps by cold and hunger led, at proud men's doors they ask a little bread. Ah no! to distant climes, a dreary scene, where half the convex world intrudes between, through torrid tracts with fainting steps they go, where wild Altama murmurs to their woe. Far different there from all that charmed before, the various terrors of that horrid shore. Those blazing suns that dart a downward ray, and fiercely shed intolerable day. Those matted woods where birds forget to sing, but silent bats in drowsy clusters cling. Those poisonous fields with rank luxuriance crowned, where the dark scorpion gathers death around. Where at each step the stranger fears to wake the rattling terrors of the vengeful snake. Where crouching tigers wait their hapless prey, and savage men more murderous still than they. While oft in whirls the mad tornado flies, mingling the ravaged landscape with the skies, far different these from every former scene, the cooling brook, the grassy vested green, the breezy covert of the warbling grove, that only sheltered thefts of harmless love. Good Heaven! what sorrows gloomed that parting day, that called them from their native walks away, when the poor exiles, every pleasure past, hung round their bowers and fondly looked their last, and took a long farewell, and wished in vain for seats like these beyond the western main, and shuddering still to face the distant deep, returned and wept, and still returned to weep. The good old sire, the first prepared to go to new found worlds, and wept for others' woe, but for himself, in conscious virtue brave, he only wished for worlds beyond the grave. His lovely daughter, lovelier in her tears, the fond companion of his helpless years, silent went next, neglectful of her charms, and left the lovers for a father's arms. With louder plaints the mother spoke her woes, and blessed the cot where every pleasure rose, and kissed her thoughtless babes with many a tear, and clasped them close, in sorrow doubly dear, whilst her fond husband strove to lend relief in all the silent manliness of grief. O luxury! thou cursed by Heaven's decree! How ill exchanged are things like these for thee! How do thy potions with insidious joy diffuse their pleasures only to destroy! Kingdoms by thee, to sickly greatness grown, boast of a florid vigour not their own. At every draught more large and large they grow, a bloated mass of rank unwieldy woe, till sapped their strength, and every part unsound, down, down they sink, and spread a ruin round. E'en now the devastation is begun, and half the business of destruction done. E'en now, methinks, as pondering here I stand, I see the rural virtues leave the land. Down where yon anchoring vessel spreads the sail, that idly waiting flaps with every gale, downward they move a melancholy band, pass from the shore and darken all the strand. Contented toil and hospitable care, and kind connubial tenderness are there, and piety, with wishes placed above, and steady loyalty, and faithful love. And thou, sweet Poetry, thou loveliest maid, still first to fly where sensual joys invade, unfit in these degenerate times of shame to catch the heart, or strike for honest fame. Dear charming nymph, neglected and decried, my shame in crowds, my solitary pride, thou source of all my bliss and all my woe, thou found'st me poor at first, and keep'st me so. Thou guide by which the nobler arts excel, thou nurse of every virtue, fare thee well. Farewell, and oh, where'er thy voice be tried, on Torno's cliffs or Pambamarca's side, whether where equinoctial fervours glow, or winter wraps the polar world in snow, still let thy voice, prevailing over time, redress the vigours of the inclement clime, aid slighted truth, With thy persuasive strain Teach erring man to spurn the rage of gain. Teach him that states of native strength possessed, Though very poor, may still be very blessed. That trade's proud empire hastes to swift decay, As ocean sweeps the laboured mole away, While self-dependent power can time defy, As rocks resist the billows and the sky. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Execution of Montrose by William Edmonstone Aytoun. Read for LibriVox.org by Trisha G., Toronto, Ontario, January 2011. Note: James Graham, Marquis of Montrose, was executed in Edinburgh, May 21, 1650, for an attempt to overthrow the Commonwealth and restore Charles II. End note. Come hither, Evan Cameron, come stand behind my knee, I hear the river roaring down toward the wintry sea. There's shouting on the mountain side, there's war within the blast, Old faces look upon me, old forms go trooping past. I hear the pibroch wailing, amidst the din of fight, And my dim spirit wakes again upon the verge of night. 'Twas I that led the Highland host through wild Lochaber's snows, What time the plaided clans came down to battle with Montrose. I've told thee how the Southrons fell beneath the broad claymore, And how we smote the Campbell clan by Inverlochy's shore. I've told thee how we swept Dundee and tamed the Lindsays' pride, But never have I told thee yet how the great Marquis died. A traitor sold him to his foes, O deed of deathless shame! I charge thee, boy, if e'er thou meet with one of Assynt's name, Be it upon the mountain's side, or yet within the glen, Stand he in martial gear alone, or backed by armed men, Face him as thou would face the man who wronged thy sire's renown. Remember of what blood thou art, and strike the caitiff down. They brought him to the water gate, hard bound with hempen span, As though they held a lion there, and not a fenceless man. They set him high upon a cart, the hangman rode below, They drew his hands behind his back, and bared his noble brow. Then, as a hound is slipped from leash, they cheered the common throng, And blew the note with yell and shout, and bade him pass along. It would have made a brave man's heart grow sad and sick that day, To watch the keen, malignant eyes bent down on that array. There stood the Whig West country lords, in balcony and bow, There sat their gaunt and withered dames, and their daughters all a row, And every open window was full as full might be, With black-robed covenanting carles, that goodly sport to see. But when he came, though pale and wan, he looked so great and high, So noble was his manly front, so calm his steadfast eye, The rabble rout forbore to shout, and each man held his breath, For well they knew the hero's soul was face to face with death. And then a mournful shudder through all the people crept, And some that came to scoff at him now turned aside and wept. But onward, always onward, in silence and in gloom, The dreary pageant labored, till it reached the house of doom. Then first a woman's voice was heard, in jeer and laughter loud, And an angry cry and a hiss arose from the heart of the tossing crowd. Then as the Grame looked upward, he saw the ugly smile Of him who sold his king for gold, the master fiend Argyle. The Marquis gazed a moment, and nothing did he say, But the cheek of Argyle grew ghastly pale, And he turned his eyes away. The painted harlot by his side she shook through every limb, for a roar like thunder swept the street, and hands were clenched at him. And a Saxon soldier cried aloud, "Back, coward, from thy place! For 7 long years thou hast not dared to look him in the face." Had I been there with sword in hand, and 50 Camerons by, that day through high Dunedin's streets had pealed the slogan cry. Not all their troops of trampling horse, nor might of mailed men, not all the rebels in the South had borne us backward then. Once more his foot on Highland heath had trod as free as air, or I and all who bore my name been laid around him there. It might not be. They placed him next within the solemn hall, where once the Scottish kings were throned amidst their nobles all. But there was dust of vulgar feet on that polluted floor, and perjured traitors filled the place where good men sate before. With savage glee came Weariston to read the murderous doom, and then uprose the great Montrose in the middle of the room. Now, by my faith as belted knight, and by the name I bear, and by the bright St. Andrew's cross that waves above us there, yea, by a greater, mightier oath, and oh that such should be, by that dark stream of royal blood that lies twixt you and me, I have not sought in battle field a wreath of such renown, nor dared I hope on my dying day to win the martyr's crown. There is a chamber far away where sleep the good and brave, but a better place ye have named for me than by my father's grave. For truth and right, 'gainst treason's might, this hand has always striven, and ye raise it up for a witness still in the eye of earth and heaven. Then nail my head on yonder tower, give every town a limb, and God who made shall gather them. I go from you to him. The morning dawned full darkly, the rain came flashing down, and the jagged streak of the levin bolt lit up the gloomy town. The thunder crashed across the heaven, the fatal hour was come. Yet I broke in, with muffled beat, the larum of the drum. There was madness on the earth below, and anger in the sky, and young and old, and rich and poor, came forth to see him die. Ah, God! that ghastly gibbet! How dismal 'tis to see the great tall spectral skeleton, the ladder, and the tree. Hark! hark! it is the clash of arms, the bells begin to toll. He is coming! he is coming! God's mercy on his soul! One last long peal of thunder, the clouds are cleared away, and the glorious sun once more looks down amidst the dazzling day. He is coming! he is coming! Like a bridegroom from his room came the hero from his prison to the scaffold and the doom. There was glory on his forehead, there was lustre in his eye, and he never walked to battle more proudly than to die. There was colour in his visage, though the cheeks of all were wan, and they marvelled as they saw him pass, that great and goodly man. He mounted up the scaffold, and he turned him to the crowd, but they dared not trust the people, so he might not speak aloud. But he looked upon the heavens, and they were clear and blue, and in the liquid ether the eye of God shone through. Yet a black and murky battlement lay resting on the hill, as though the thunder slept within, all else was calm and still. The grim Geneva ministers with anxious scowl drew near, as you have seen the ravens flock around the dying deer. He would not deign them word or sign, but alone he bent the knee, and veiled his face for Christ's dear grace beneath the gallows tree. Then, radiant and serene, he rose, and cast his cloak away, for he had ta'en his last look of earth and sun and day. A beam of light fell o'er him, like a glory round the shriven, and he climbed the lofty ladder, as it were the path to heaven. Then came a flash from out the cloud, and a stunning thunder roll, and no man dared to look aloft, fear was on every soul. There was another heavy sound, a hush, and then a groan, and darkness swept across the sky. The work of death was done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Fall of Hyperion, A Dream, by John Keats. Read for LibriVox.org by Katie Riley. May 2010. The Fall of Hyperion, Canto 1. Fanatics have their dreams, wherewith they weave a paradise for a sect. The savage, too, from forth the loftiest fashion of his sleep, guesses at heaven. Pity these have not traced upon vellum or wild Indian leaf the shadows of melodious utterance. But bare of laurel they live, dream, and die. For Poesy alone can tell her dreams, with the fine spell of words alone can save Imagination from the sable charm, and dumb enchantment. Who alive can say, Thou art no poet, mayst not tell thy dreams? Since every man whose soul is not a clod hath visions, and would speak, if he had loved, and been well nurtured in his mother tongue. Whether the dream now purpose to rehearse be poets or fanatics will be known, when this warm scribe my hand is in the grave. Methought I stood where trees of every clime, palm, myrtle, oak, and sycamore, and beech, with plantain and spice blossoms made a screen, in neighborhood of fountains, by the noise, soft showering in my ears, and by the touch of scent not far from roses. Turning round, I saw an arbor with a drooping roof, of trellis vines and bells and larger blooms, like floral censers swinging light in air. Before its wreathed doorway, on a mound of moss, was spread a feast of summer fruits, which, never seen, seemed refuse of a meal, by angel tasted or our mother Eve, for empty shells were scattered on the grass, and grape stalks but half bare, and remnants more, sweet smelling, whose pure kinds I could not know. Still was more plenty than the fabled horn, thrice emptied, could pour forth, at banqueting, for Proserpine returned to her own fields, where the white heifers low, and appetite, more yearning than on earth I ever felt, growing within, I ate deliciously, and after not long thirsted, for thereby stood a cool vessel of transparent juice, sipped by the wondered bee, which I took, and pledging all the mortals of the world, and all the dead whose names are in our lips, drank. That full draught is parent of my theme, no Asian poppy nor elixir fine, of the soon fading jealous Caliphat, no poison gendered in close monkish cell, to thin the scarlet conclave of old men, could so have rapt unwilling life away. Among the fragrant husks and berries crushed, upon the grass I struggled hard against the domineering potion, but in vain. The cloudy swoon came on, and down I sunk, like a Silenus on an antique vase. How long I slumbered 'tis a chance to guess. When sense of life returned, I started up, as if with wings, but the fair trees were gone, the mossy mound and arbor were no more. I looked around upon the carved sides of an old sanctuary with roof august, builded so high, it seemed that filmed clouds might spread beneath, as o'er the stars of heaven. So old the place was, I remembered none the like upon the earth what I had seen, of grey cathedrals, buttressed walls, rent towers, the supernutations of sunk realms, or nature's rocks, toiled hard in waves and winds, seemed but the falcher of decrepit things, to that eternal doomed monument. Upon the marble at my feet there lay store of strange vessels and large draperies, which needs had been of dyed asbestos wove, or in that place the moth could not corrupt. So white the linen, so in some distinct ran imageries from a sombre loom. All in a mingled heap confused there lay robes, golden tongs, censer and chafing dish, girdles and chains, and holy jewelries. Turning from these with awe, once more I raised my eyes to fathom the space every way. The embossed roof, the silent massy range of columns north and south, ending in mist of nothing. Then to eastward, where black gates were shut against the sunrise evermore. Then to the west I looked, and saw far off an image, huge of feature as a cloud, at level of whose feet an altar slept, to be approached on either side by steps, and marble balustrade, and patient travail, to count with toil the innumerable degrees. Towards the altar sober paced I went, repressing haste, as too unholy there, and coming nearer, saw beside the shrine one ministering, and there arose a flame. When in mid-May the sickening east wind shifts sudden to the south, the small warm rain melts out the frozen incense from all flowers, and fills the air with so much pleasant health, that even the dying man forgets his shroud. Even so that lofty sacrificial fire, sending forth Mayan incense, spread around, forgetfulness of everything but bliss, and clouded all the altar with soft smoke, from whose white fragrant curtains thus I heard language pronounced, If thou canst not ascend these steps, die on that marble where thou art. Thy flesh, near cousin to the common dust, will parch for lack of nutriment thy bones, will wither in few years, and vanish so, that not the quickest eye could find a grain of what thou now art on that pavement cold. The sands of thy short life are spent this hour, and no hand in the universe can turn thy hourglass, if these gummed leaves be burnt, ere thou canst mount up these immortal steps. I heard, I looked, two senses both at once, so fine, so subtle, felt the tyranny of that fierce threat, and the hard task proposed. Prodigious seemed the toil, the leaves were yet burning when suddenly a palsied chill struck from the paved level up my limbs, and was ascending quick to put cold grasp upon those streams that pulsed beside the throat. I shrieked, and the sharp anguish of my shriek stung my own ears. I strove hard to escape the numbness, strove to gain the lowest step. Slow, heavy, deadly was my pace. The cold grew stifling, suffocating at the heart, and when I clasped my hands, I felt them not. 1 minute before death, my iced foot touched the lowest stair, and as it touched, life seemed to pour in at the toes. I mounted up, as once fair angels on a ladder flew, from the green turf to heaven. Holy power! cried I, approaching near the horned shrine. What am I that should so be saved from death? What am I that another death come not to choke my utterance sacrilegious here? Then said the veiled shadow, Thou hast felt what 'tis to die and live again before thy fated hour. That thou hast power to do so is thy own safety. Thou hast dated on thy doom. High prophetess, said I, purge off, benign, if so it please thee, my mind's film. None can usurp this height, returned that shade, but those to whom the mysteries of the world are misery, and will not let them rest. All else who find a haven in the world, where they may thoughtless sleep away their days, if by a chance into this fane they come, rot on the pavement where thou rottedst half. Are there not thousands in the world, said I, encouraged by the soothed voice of the shade, who love their fellows even to the death, who feel the giant agony of the world, and more, like slaves to poor humanity, labor for mortal good. I sure should see other men here, but I am here alone. Those whom thou spakest of are no visionaries, rejoined that voice. They are no dreamers weak, they seek no wonder but the human face, no music but a happy noted voice. They come not here, they have no thought to come, and thou art here, for thou art less than they. What benefit canst thou do, or all thy tribe, to the great world? Thou art a dreaming thing, a fever of thyself think of the earth. What bliss even in hope is there for thee? What haven? Every creature hath its home, every sole man hath days of joy and pain, whether his labours be sublime or low. The pain alone, the joy alone, distinct. Only the dreamer venoms all his days, bearing more woe than all his sins deserve. Therefore that happiness be somewhat shared, such things as thou art admitted oft. Into like gardens thou didst pass erewhile, and suffered in these temples. For that cause thou standest safe beneath this statue's knees. That I am favoured for unworthiness by such propitious parley meditant, in sickness not ignoble, I rejoice. Ay, and could weep for love of such award. So answered I, continuing, If it please majestic shadow, tell me, sure not all, those melodies sung into the world's ear, are useless. Sure a poet is a sage, a humanist, physician to all men. That I am none I feel as vultures feel, they are no birds when eagles are abroad. What am I then? Thou spakest of my tribe. What tribe? The tall shade, veiled in drooping white, then spake, so much more earnest, that the breath moved the thin linen folds that drooping hung about a golden censer from the hand pendant. Art thou not of the dreamer tribe? The poet and the dreamer are distinct, diverse, sheer opposite, antipodes. The one pours out a balm upon the world, the other vexes it. Then shouted I, spite of myself, and with a piteous spleen, Apollo! Fated! O far-flown Apollo! Where is thy misty pestilence to creep into the dwellings, through the door crannies, of all mock lyrists, large self-worshippers, and careless hectorers in proud bad verse? Though I breathe death with them, it will be life to see them sprawl before me into graves. Majestic shadow, tell me where I am, whose altar this, for whom this incense curls? What image this, whose face I cannot see, for the broad marble knees? And who art thou, of accent feminine, so courteous? Then the tall shade in drooping linens veiled spoke out, so much more earnest, that her breath stirred the thin folds of gauze that drooping hung about a golden censer from her hand pendant, and by her voice I knew she shed long treasured tears. This temple, sad and lone, is all spared from the thunder of a war, foughten long since by giant hierarchy. Against rebellion, this old image here, whose carved features wrinkled as he fell, is Saturn's. I, Moneta, left supreme, sole priestess of this desolation. I had no words to answer, for my tongue, useless, could find about his roofed home no syllable of a fit majesty, to make rejoinder to Moneta's mourn. There was a silence. While the altar's blaze was fainting for sweet food, I looked thereon, and on the paved floor, where nigh were piled faggots of cinnamon and many heaps of other crisp spice wood. Then again I looked upon the altar, and its horns, whitened with ashes, and its languorous flame, and then upon the offerings again, and so by turns, till sad Moneta cried, The sacrifice is done! But not the less will I be kind to thee for thy good will. My power, which to me is still a curse, shall be to thee a wonder, for the scenes still swooning vivid through my globed brain with an electral changing misery, thou shalt with those dull mortal eyes behold, free from all pain, if wonder pain thee not. As near as an immortal's sphered words could to a mother's soften, were these last. And yet I had a terror of her robes, and chiefly of the veils, that from her brow hung pale, and curtained her in mysteries, that made my heart too small to hold its blood. This saw that goddess, and with sacred hand parted the veils. Then I saw a wan face, not pined by human sorrows, but bright blanch'd by an immortal sickness which kills not. It works a constant change, which happy death can put no end to. Deathwards progressing, to no death was that visage. It had passed the lily and the snow, and beyond these I must not think now, though I saw that face. But for her eyes I should have fled away. They held me back, with a benignant light, soft mitigated by divinest lids, half closed, and visionless entire they seemed, of all external things. They saw me not, but in blank splendour beamed like the mild moon, who comforts those she sees not, who knows not what eyes are upward cast. As I had found a grain of gold upon a mountain side, and twinged with avarice strained out my eyes, to search its sullen entrails rich with ore, so at the view of sad Moneta's brow, I ached to see what things the hollow brain behind enwombed, what high tragedy, in the dark secret chambers of her skull, was acting, that could give so dread a stress to her cold lips, and with such a light her planetary eyes, and touch her voice with such a sorrow. "Shade of memory!" cried I, with act adornant at her feet, "by all the gloom hung round thy fallen house, by this last temple, by the golden age, by great Apollo thy dear foster child, and by thyself, forlorn divinity, the pale omega of a withered race, let me behold, according as thou saidst, what in thy brain so ferments to and fro." No sooner had this conjuration passed my devout lips, than side by side we stood, like a stunt bramble by a solemn pine, deep in the shady sadness of a vale, far sunken from the healthy breath of morn, far from the fiery noon and eve's one star. Onward I looked beneath the gloomy boughs, and saw what first I thought an image huge, like to the image pedestalled so high in Saturn's temple. Then Moneta's voice came brief upon mine ear. So Saturn sat when he had lost his realms. Whereon there grew a power within me of enormous ken, to see as a god sees, and take the depth of things as nimbly as the outward eye can size and shape pervade. The lofty theme at those few words hung vast before my mind. With half unravelled web I set myself upon an eagle's watch, that I might see, and seeing ne'er forget. No stir of life was in this shrouded veil, not so much air as in the zoning of a summer's day, robs not one light seed from the feathered grass, but where the dead leaf fell, there did it rest. A stream went voiceless by, still deadened more, by reason of the fallen divinity, spreading more shade. The Naiad mid her reeds pressed her cold finger closer to her lips. Along the margin sand large footmarks went, no farther than to where old Saturn's feet had rested and there slept, how long a sleep! Degraded, cold, upon the sodden ground, his old right hand lay nerveless, listless, dead, unsceptred, and his realmless eyes were closed, while his bowed head seemed listening to the earth, his ancient mother, for some comfort yet. It seemed no force could wake him from his place, but there came one, who with a kindred hand touched his wide shoulders after bending low, with reverence, though to one who knew it not. Then came the grieved voice of Mnemosyne, and grieved I hearkened. "That divinity whom thou sawest step from yon forlorn'st wood, and with slow pace approach our fallen king, is Thea, softest natur'd of our brood. I marked the goddess in fair statuary, surpassing wan Moneta by the head, and in her sorrows nearer woman's tears. There was a listening fear in her regard, as if calamity had but begun, as if the vanward clouds of evil days had spent their malice, and the sullen rear was with its stored thunder laboring up. One hand she pressed upon the aching spot where beats the human heart, as if just there, though an immortal, she felt cruel pain. The other upon Saturn's bended neck she laid, and to the level of his hollow ear, leaning with parted lips, some word she spake, in solemn tenor and deep organ tune, some mourning words, which in our feeble tongue would come in this like accenting, how frail to that large utterance of the early gods: Saturn, look up, and for what, poor lost king? I have no comfort for thee, no, not one. I cannot cry, wherefore thus sleepest thou? For heaven is parted from thee, and the earth knows thee not, so afflicted for a god, and ocean too, with all its solemn noise, has from thy sceptre passed, and all the air is emptied of thine hoary majesty. Thy thunder, capitious at the new command, rumbles reluctant o'er our fallen house, and thy sharp lightning in unpractised hands scorches and burns our once serene domain. With such remorseless speed still come new woes, that unbelief has not a space to breathe. Saturn, sleep on! Me thoughtless, why should I thus violate thy slumberous solitude? Why should I ope thy melancholy eyes? Saturn, sleep on, while at thy feet I weep. As when upon a tranced summer night, forests, branch charmed by the earnest stars, dream, and so dream all night without a noise, save from one gradual solitary gust, swelling upon the silence, dying off, as if the ebbing air had but one wave, so came these words, and went, the while in tears. She pressed her fair large forehead to the earth, just where her fallen hair might spread in curls, a soft and silken mat for Saturn's feet. Long, long those two were postured motionless, like sculpture builded up upon the grave of their own power. A long awful time I looked upon them, still they were the same, the frozen god still bending to the earth, and the sad goddess weeping at his feet, Moneta silent. Without stay or prop, but my own weak mortality, I bore the load of this eternal quietude, the unchanging gloom, and the three fixed shapes, ponderous upon my senses, a whole moon. For by my burning brain I measured sure her silver seasons shedded on the night, and ever day by day methought I grew more gaunt and ghostly. Oftentimes I prayed, intense, that death would take me from the vale, and all its burthens gasping with despair of change. Hour after hour I cursed myself, until old Saturn raised his faded eyes, and looked around and saw his kingdom gone, and all the gloom and sorrow of the place, and that fair kneeling goddess at his feet. As the moist scent of flowers and grass and leaves fills forest dells with a pervading air, known to the woodland nostril, so the words of Saturn filled the mossy glooms around, even to the hollows of time-eaten oaks, and to the windings of the fox's hole. With sad low tones, while thus he spake, and sent strange musings to the solitary Pan. Moan, brethren, moan, for we are swallowed up, and buried from all godlike exercise of influence benign on planets pale, and peaceful sway above man's harvesting, and all those acts which Deity supreme doth ease its heart of love in. Moan and wail, moan, brethren, moan, for lo, the rebel spheres spin round, the stars their ancient courses keep, clouds still with shadowy moisture haunt the earth, still suck their fill of light from sun and moon, still buds the tree, and still the sea-shores murmur. There is no death in all the universe, no smell of death, there shall be death. Moan, 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 Cybele, moan, for thy pernicious babes have changed a god into a shaking palsy. Moan, brethren, moan, for I have no strength left. Weak as the reed, weak, feeble as my voice. Oh, oh, the pain of feebleness! Moan, moan, for still I thaw, or give me help. Throw down those imps, and give me victory. Let me hear other groans, and trumpets blown, of triumph calm, and hymns of festival. From the gold peaks of heaven's high piled clouds, voices of soft proclaim, and silver stir, of strings and hollow shells, and let there be beautiful things made new for the surprise of the sky children. So he feebly ceased, with such a poor and sickly sounding pause, methought I heard some old man of the earth bewailing earthly loss, nor could my eyes and ears act with that pleasant unison of sense, which marries sweet sound with the grace of form, and dolorous accents from a tragic harp, with large-limbed visions. More I scrutinized. Still fixed he sat beneath the sable trees, whose arms spread straggling in wild serpent forms, with leaves all hushed, his awful presence there. Now all was silent. Gave a deadly lie to what I erewhile heard only his lips, trembled amid the white curls of his beard. They told the truth, though, round the snowy locks, hung nobly, as upon the face of heaven, a mid-day fleece of clouds. Thea arose, and stretched her white arm through the hollow dark, pointing some whither, whereat he too rose, like a vast giant, seen by men at sea, to grow pale from the waves at dull midnight. They melted from my sight into the woods. Ere I could turn, Moneta cried, "These twain are speeding to the families of grief, where, roofed in by black rocks, they waste in pain and darkness for no hope." And she spake on, as ye may read who can unwearied pass onward from the antechamber of the stream, where, even at the open doors awhile, I must delay, and glean my memory of her high phrase, perhaps no further dare. Canto II. Mortal, that thou mayest understand aright, I humanize my sayings to thine ear, making comparisons of earthly things, or thou mightest better listen to the wind, whose language is to thee a barren noise, though it blows legend-laden through the trees. In melancholy realms big tears are shed, more sorrow like to this, and such like woe, too huge for mortal tongue, or pen of scribe. The Titans fierce, self-hid or prison-bound, groan for the old allegiance once more, listening in their doom for Saturn's voice. But one of our whole eagle brood still keeps his sovereignty, and rule, and majesty. Blazing Hyperion on his orbed fire, still sits, still snuffs the incense teeming up, from man to the sun's god, yet unsecure. For as upon the earth dire prodigies fright and perplex, so also shudders he, nor at dog's howl or gloom birds even screech, or the familiar visitings of one upon the first toll of his passing bell, but horrors, portion to a giant nerve, make great Hyperion ache. His palace bright, bastioned with pyramids of glowing gold, and touched with shade of bronzed obelisks, glares a blood red through all the thousand courts, arches, and domes, and fiery galleries, and all its curtains of Aurorian clouds flush angrily, when he would taste the wreaths of incense breathed aloft from sacred hills. Instead of sweets, his ample palate takes savour of poisonous brass and metal sick. Wherefore, when harboured in the sleepy west, after the full completion of fair day, for rest divine upon exalted couch, and slumber in the arms of melody, he paces through the pleasant hours of ease, with strides colossal, on from hall to hall, while far within each aisle and deep recess his winged millions in close clusters stand, amazed, and full of fear, like anxious men, who on a wide plain gather in sad troops, when earthquakes jar their battlements and towers. Even now, while Saturn, roused from icy trance, goes step for step with Thea from yon woods, Hyperion, leaving twilight in the rear, is sloping to the threshold of the west. Thither we tend. Now in clear light I stood, relieved from the dusk veil. Mnemosyne was sitting on a square-edged polished stone, that in its lucid depth reflected pure her priestess garments. My quick eyes ran on from stately nave to nave, from vault to vault, through bowers of fragrant and enwreathed light, and diamond-paved lustrous long arcades. Anon rushed by the bright Hyperion, his flaming robes streamed out beyond his heels, and gave a roar, as if of earthly fire, that scared away the meek ethereal hours, and made their dove-wings tremble. On he flared. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Few Figs from Thistles. Poems and Sonnets by Edna St. Vincent Millay. Read for LibriVox.org by Melody Courtney. First Fig. My candle burns at both ends. It will not last the night. But oh my foes and oh my friends, it gives a lovely light. Second Fig. Safe upon the solid rock the ugly houses stand. Come and see my shining palace built upon the sand. Recrudio. We were very tired, we were very merry, we had gone back and forth all night on the ferry. It was bare and bright and smelled like a stable, but we looked into a fire, we leaned across a table. We lay on a hilltop underneath the moon, and the whistles kept blowing and the dawn came soon. We were very tired, we were very merry, we had gone back and forth all night on the ferry. And you ate an apple, and I ate a pear, from a dozen of each we had bought somewhere. And the sky went wane, and the wind came cold, and the sun rose dripping, a bucket full of gold. We were very tired, we were very merry, we had gone back and forth all night on the ferry. We hailed, "Good morrow, mother," to a shawl-covered head, and bought a morning paper, which neither of us read. And she wept, "God bless you," for the apples and the pears, and we gave her all our money but our subway fares. Thursday. And if I loved you Wednesday, well, what is that to you? I do not love you Thursday, so much is true. And why you come complaining is more than I can see. I loved you Wednesday, yes, but what is that to me? To the Not Impossible Hymn. How shall I know, unless I go to Cairo or Cathay, whether or not this blessed spot is blessed in every way? Now it may be the flower for me. Is this beneath my nose? How shall I tell, unless I smell the Carthaginian rose? The fabric of my faithful love no power shall dim or ravel, whilst I stay here. But, oh my dear, if I should ever travel. MacDougall Street. As I went walking up and down to take the evening air, sweet to meet upon the street, why must I be so shy? I saw him lay his hand upon her torn black hair. Little dirty Latin child, let the lady by. The women squatting on the steps were slovenly and fat. Lay me out in organdie, lay me out in lawn. And everywhere I stepped there was a baby or a cat. Lord God in heaven, will it ever be dawn? The fruit carts, the clam carts, were ribald as a fair. Pink nets and wet shells trodden under heel. She had haggled from the fruitman of his rotting ware. I shall never get to sleep the way I feel. He walked like a king through the filth and the clutter. Sweet to meet upon the street, why did you glance me by? But he caught the faint Italian quip she flung him from the gutter. What can there be to cry about, that I should lie and cry? He laid his darling hand upon her little black head. I wish I were a ragged child with earrings in my ears. And he said she was a baggage to have said what she had said. Truly I shall be ill unless I stop these tears. The Singing Woman from the Wood's Edge. What should I be but a prophet and a liar, whose mother was a leprechaun, whose father was a friar, teethed on a crucifix and cradled under water? What should I be but a fiend's god-daughter? And who should be my playmates but the adder and the frog, that was got beneath the furze bush and born in a bog? And what should be my singing, that was christened at an altar, but aves and credos and psalms out of Psalter? You will see such webs on the wet grass maybe, as a pixy mother weaves for her baby. You will find such flame at the wave's weedy ebb, as flashes in the meshes of the mere mother's web. But there comes to birth no common spawn for the love of a priest and a leprechaun, and you never have seen, you never will see, such things as the things that swaddle me. After all's said and after all's done, what should I be but a harlot and a nun? In through the bushes on foggy days my da would come a swashing of drops away, with a prayer for my death and a groan for my birth, a mumbling of his beads for all he was worth. And there sit my ma, her knees beneath her chin, a looking in his face and a drinking of it in, and a marking in the moss some funny little saying that would mean just the opposite of all he was praying. He taught me the holy talk of vesper and of matin. He heard me my Greek and he heard me my Latin. He blessed me and crossed me to keep my soul from evil, and we watched him out of sight and we conjured up the devil. Oh, the things I haven't seen and the things I haven't known, what with hedges and ditches till after I was grown, and yanked both ways by mother and by father, with a which would you better and a which would you rather, with him for a sire and her for a dam. What should I be but just what I am? She is overheard singing. Oh, Prue, she has a patient man, and Joan a gentle lover, and Agatha's Arth is a hug the earth, but my true love's a rover. Mig, her man's as good as cheese, and honest as a briar. She tells her love what he's thinking of, but my dear lad's a liar. Oh, Sue and Prue and Agatha are thick with Mig and Joan. They bite their threads and shake their heads and gnaw my name like a bone. And Prue says mine's a patient man as never snaps me up, and Agatha's Arth, a hug the earth, could live content in a cup. Sue's man's mind is like good gel, all one color and clear, and Mig's no call to think at all what's to come next year. While Joan makes boast of a gentle lad that's troubled with that and this, but they all would give the life they live for a look from the man I kiss. Cold he slants his eyes about, and few enough's his choice, though he slipped me clean for a nun, or a queen, or a beggar with knots in her voice. And Agatha will turn awake when her good man sleeps sound, and Meg and Sue and Joan and Prue will hear the clock strike round. For Prue has a patient man, as asks not when or why, and Meg and Sue have naught to do but peep who passes by. Joan is paired with a putterer that bastes and tastes and salts, and Agatha's arth is a hug the earth, but my true love is false. The Prisoner. All right, go ahead. What's in a name? I guess I'll be locked into as much as I'm locked out of. The Unexplorer. There was a road ran past our house, too lovely to explore. I asked my mother once, she said, that if you follow where it led, it brought you to the milkman's door. That's why I have not traveled more. Grown Up. Was it for this I uttered prayers, and sobbed and cursed and kicked the stairs, that now, domestic as a plate, I should retire at 8:30? The Penitent. I had a little sorrow, born of a little sin. I found a room, all damp with gloom, and shut us all within. And little sorrow weep, I said, and little sin pray God to die, and I upon the floor will lie, and think how bad I've been. Alas for pious planning, it mattered not a whit. As far as gloom went in that room, the lamp might have been lit. My little sorrow would not weep, my little sin wouldn't go to sleep. To save my soul I could not keep my graceless mind on it. So up I got in anger, and took a book I had, and put a ribbon in my hair, to please a passing lad. And one thing there's no getting by, I've been a wicked girl, said I, but if I can't be sorry, why, I might as well be glad. Daphne. Why do you follow me? Any moment I can be nothing but a laurel tree. Any moment of the chase I can leave you in my place, a pink bough for your embrace. Yet if over hill and hollow still it is your will to follow, I am off to heal Apollo. Portrait by a Neighbor. Before she has her floor swept or her dishes done, any day you'll find her a-sunning in the sun. It's long after midnight, her key's in the lock, and you'll never see her chimney smoke till past 10 o'clock. She digs in her garden with a shovel and a spoon, she weeds her lazy lettuce by the light of the moon. She walks up the walk like a woman in a dream, she forgets to borrow butter and pays you back cream. Her lawn looks like a meadow, and if she mows the place, she leaves the clover standing and the Queen Anne's lace. Midnight Oil. Cut, if you will, with sleep's dull knife, each day to half its length, my friend, the years that time takes off my life, he'll take from the other end. The Merry Maid. Oh, I am grown so free from care, since my heart broke, I set my throat against the air, and laugh at simple folk. There's little kind and little fair is worth its weight in smoke, to me that's grown so free from care, since my heart's broke. Alas, if to sleep you would repair, as peaceful as you woke, best not besiege your lover there, for just the words he spoke, to me that's grown so free from care, since my heart's broke. To Kathleen. Still must the poet as of old, in barren attic bleak and cold, starve, freeze, and fashion verses to such things as flowers, song, and you. Still as the old his being give, in beauty's name, while she may live, beauty that may not die as long as there are flowers, you, and song. To S.M. if he should lie a-dying. I am not willing you should go into the earth where Helen went. She is awake by now, I know. Where Cleopatra's anklets rust, you will not lie with my consent, and Sappho is a roving dust. Cressid could love again, ditto. Rotted in state is restless still, you leave me much against my will. The Philosopher. And what are you that, wanting you, I should be kept awake as many nights as there are days with weeping for your sake? And what are you that, missing you as many days as crawl, I should be listening to the wind and looking at the wall? I know a man's that's a braver man, and 20 men as kind. And what are you that you should be the one man on my mind? Yet woman's ways are witless ways, as any sage will tell. And what am I that I should love so wisely and so well? 4 Sonnets. Number 1. Love, though for this you riddle me with darts. Love, though for this you riddle me with darts, and drag me at your chariot till I die, O heavy prince, O panderer of hearts! Yet hear me tell how in thy throats they lie, who shout you mighty thick about my hair. Day in, day out, your ominous arrows purr, who still am free unto thy querulous care, a fool and in no temple worshipper. I that have bared me to your quiver's fire, lifted my face into its puny rain, do wrath you impotent to invoke desire, as you are powerless to explicit pain. Now will the God for blasphemy so brave punish me surely with the shaft I crave? Number 2. I think I should have loved you presently. I think I should have loved you presently, and given in earnest words I flung in jest, and lifted honest eyes for you to see, and caught your hand against my cheek and breast, and all my pretty follies flung aside, that won you to me, and beneath your gaze, naked of reticence and shorn of pride, spread like a cart my little wicked ways. I that had been you, had you remained, but no more waking from a recurrent dream, cherish no less the certain stakes I gain, and walk your memory's halls austere, supreme, a ghost in marble of a girl you knew, who would have loved you in a day or two. Oh, think not I am faithful to a vow. Oh, think not I am faithful to a vow, faithless am I save to love's self alone. Were you not lonely, I would leave you now, after the feet of beauty fly my own. Were you not still my hunger's rarest food, and water ever to my wildest thirst, I would desert you, think not but I would, and seek another as I sought you first. But you are mobile as a veering air, and all your charms more changeful than the tide, wherefore to be inconsistent is no care. I have but no continue at your side, so wanton, light, and false, my love, are you. I am most faithless when I most am true. Number 4. I shall forget you presently, my dear. I shall forget you presently, my dear, so make the most of this your little day, your little month, your little half a year, ere I forgot, or die, or move away, and we are done forever by and by. I shall forget you, as I said, but now, if you entreat me with your loveless lie, I will protest you with my favourite vow. I would intend that love were longer lived, and oaths were not so brittle as they are. But so it is, and nature has contrived to struggle on without a break thus far. Whether or not we find what we are seeking is idle, biologically speaking. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hunting of the Snark by Lewis Carroll. Read for LibriVox.org by Maria Davidis. The Hunting of the Snark. An agony in 8 fits. Preface. If, and the thing is wildly possible, the charge of writing nonsense were ever brought against the author of this brief but instructive poem, it would be based, I feel convinced, on the line, on page 4, then the bowsprit got mixed with the rudder sometimes. In view of this painful possibility, I will not, as I might, appeal indignantly to my other writings as a proof that I am incapable of such a deed. I will not, as I might, point to the strong moral purpose of this poem itself, to the arithmetical principles so cautiously inculcated in it, or to its noble teachings in natural history. I will take the more prosaic course of simply explaining how it happened. The bellman, who was almost morbidly sensitive about appearances, used to have the bowsprit unshipped once or twice a week to be revarnished, and it more than once happened, when the time came for replacing it, that no one on board could remember which end of the ship it belonged to. They knew it was not of the slightest use to appeal to the bellman about it. He would only refer to his naval code, and read out in pathetic tones admiralty instructions, which none of them had ever been able to understand. So it generally ended in its being fastened on, anyhow, across the rudder. The helmsman used to stand by with tears in his eyes. He knew it was all wrong, but alas, Rule 42 of the code, "No one shall speak to the man at the helm," had been completed by the bellman himself, with the words, "And the man at the helm shall speak to no one." So remonstrance was impossible, and no steering could be done till the next varnishing day. During these bewildering intervals, the ship usually sailed backwards. As this poem is to some extent connected with the lay of the Jabberwock, let me take this opportunity of answering a question that has often been asked me: how to pronounce slithy toes. The I in slithy is long, as in rhyme, and toes is pronounced so as to rhyme with grows. Again, the first O in borogoves is pronounced like the O in borrow. I have heard people try to give it the sound of the O in worry. Such is human perversity. This also seems a fitting occasion to notice the other hard words in that poem. Humpty Dumpty's theory of 2 meanings packed into 1 word like a portmanteau seems to me the right explanation for all. For instance, take the 2 words fuming and furious. Make up your mind that you will say both words, but leave it unsettled which you will say first. Now open your mouth and speak. If your thoughts incline ever so little towards fuming, you will say fuming furious. If they turn by even a hair's breadth. Towards furious, you will say furious fuming. But if you have the rarest of gifts, a perfectly balanced mind, you will say frumious. Supposing that, when Pistol uttered well-known words, "On the Witch King Bezonian, speak or die," Justice Shallow had felt certain that it was either William or Richard, but had not been able to settle which, so that he could not possibly say either name before the other. Can it be doubted that, rather than die, he would have gasped out, "Realsham!" Philip I. The Landing. "Just the place for a snark," the bellman cried, as he landed his crew with care, supporting each man on the top of the tie by a finger entwined in his hair. "Just the place for a snark! I have said it twice. That alone should encourage the crew. Just the place for a snark! I have said it thrice. What I tell you 3 times is true." The crew was complete. It included a boots, a maker of bonnets and hoods, a barrister brought to arraign their disputes, and a broker to value their goods. A billiard marker whose skill was immense might perhaps have won more than his share, but a banker engaged at enormous expense had the whole of their cash in his care. There was also a beaver that paced on the deck or would sit making lace in the bow, and had often, the bellman said, sailing from wreck, though none of the sailors knew how. There was one who was famed for the number of things he forgot when he entered the ship: his umbrella, his watch, all his jewels and rings, and the clothes he had bought for the trip. He had 42 boxes, all carefully packed, with his name painted clearly on each. But since he omitted to mention the fact, they were all left behind on the beach. The loss of his clothes hardly mattered, because he had 7 coats on when he came, with 3 pair of boots. But the worst of it was, he had wholly forgotten his name. He would answer to "Hi," or to any loud cry, such as "Fry me," or "Fit my wig," to "Which you may call 'em," or "What was his name?" but especially "Thingamajig," while for those who preferred a more forcible word, he had different names from these. His intimate friends called him Candlelands, and his enemies Toasted Cheese. His form is ungainly, his intellect small, so the bellman would often remark, but his cottage is perfect, and that, after all, is the thing that one needs with a snark. He would joke with hyenas, returning the stare with an impudent wag of the head, and he once went a walk paw in paw with a bear, just to keep up its spirits, he said. He came as a baker, but owned when too late, and it drove the poor bellman half mad. He could only bake bride cake, for which, I may state, no materials were to be had. The last of the crew needs especial remark, though he looked an incredible dunce. He had just one idea, but that one being snark, the good bellman engaged him at once. He came as a butcher, but gravely declared, when the ship had been sailing a week, he could only kill beavers. The bellman looked scared, and was almost too frightened to speak, but at length he explained, in a tremulous tone, there was only one beaver on board, and that was a tame one he had of his own, whose death would be deeply deplored. The beaver, who happened to hear the remark, protested, with tears in its eyes, that not even the rapture of hunting the snark could atone for that dismal surprise. it strongly advised that the butcher should be conveyed in a separate ship. But the bellman declared that would never agree with the plans he had made for the trip. Navigation was always a difficult art, though with only one ship and one bell, and he feared he must really decline for his part undertaking another as well. The Beaver's best course was no doubt to procure a second-hand dagger-proof coat. So the baker advised it, and next to ensure its life in some office of note. This the banker suggested, and offered for hire, on moderate terms, or for sale, 2 excellent policies, one against fire and one against damage from hail. Yet still, ever after that sorrowful day, whenever the butcher was by, the Beaver kept looking the opposite way, and appeared unaccountably shy. 52nd, Bellman's speech. The bellman himself they all praised to the skies. Such a courage, such ease, and such grace! Such solemnity, too! One could see he was wise the moment one looked in his face. He had bought a large map representing the sea, without the least vestige of land, and the crew were much pleased when they found it to be a map they could all understand. What's the good of Mercator's North Poles and Equators, tropic zones and meridian lines? So the bellman would cry, and the crew would reply, they are merely conventional signs. Other maps are such shapes with the islands and capes, but we've got our brave captain to thank. So the crew would protest that he's bought us the best, a perfect and absolute blank. This was charming, no doubt, but they shortly found out that the captain they trusted so well had only one notion for crossing the ocean, and that was to tingle his bell. He was thoughtful and grave, but the orders he gave were enough to bewilder a crew. When he cried, "Steer to starboard, but keep ahead larboard," what on earth was the helmsman to do? Then the bowsprit got mixed with the rudder sometimes, a thing, as the bellman remarked, that frequently happens in tropical climes when a vessel is, so to speak, snogged. But the principal failing occurred in the sailing, and the bellman, perplexed and distressed, said he had hoped at least, when the wind blew due east, that the ship would not travel due west. But the danger was past. They had landed at last, with their boxes, portmanteaus, and bags. Yet at first sight the crew were not pleased with the view, which consisted of chasms and crags. The bellman perceived that their spirits were low, and repeated in musical tone some jokes he had kept for a season of woe. But the crew would do nothing but groan. He served out some grog with a liberal hand, and bade them sit down on the beach, and they could not but own that their captain looked grand as he stood and delivered his speech. "Friends, Romans, and countrymen, lend me your ears." They were all of them fond of quotations, so they drank to his health, and they gave him 3 cheers, while he served out additional rations. "We have sailed many months, we have sailed many weeks, 4 weeks to the month you may mark, but never as yet, 'tis your captain who speaks, have we caught the least glimpse of a snark. We have sailed many weeks, we have sailed many days, 7 days to the week, I allow, but a snark on the which we might lovingly gaze we have never beheld till now. Come listen, my men, while I tell you again the 5 unmistakable marks, by which you may know, wheresoever you go, the warranted genuine snarks. Let us take them in order. The first is the taste, which is meagre and hollow, but crisp, like a coat that is rather too tight in the waist, with a flavor of will-o'-the-wisp. Its habit of getting up late, you'll agree, that it carries too far, when I say, that it frequently breakfasts at 5 o'clock tea, and dines on the following day. The third is its slowness in taking a jest. Should you happen to venture on one, it will sigh like a thing that is deeply distressed, and it always looks grave at a pun. The fourth is its fondness for bathing machines, which it constantly carries about, and believes they add to the beauty of scenes. A sentiment open to doubt. The fifth is ambition. It next will be right to describe each particular batch, and distinguishing those that have feathers and bite, and those that have whiskers and scratch. For, although common snarks do no manner of harm, yet I feel it my duty to say, some are boojums. The bellman broke off in alarm, for the baker had fainted away. Fit the third, the baker's tale. They roused him with muffins, they roused him with eyes, they roused him with mustard and cress, they roused him with jam and judicious advice, they set him conundrums to guess. When at length he sat up and was able to speak, his sad story he offered to tell. Then the bellman cried silence, not even a shriek, and excitedly tingled his bell. There was silence supreme, not a shriek, not a scream, scarcely even a hollow groan, as the man they called Ho told his story of woe in an antediluvian tone. My father and mother were honest, but poor. Skip all that, cried the bellman in haste. If it once becomes dark, there's no chance of a snark. We've hardly a minute to waste. I skipped 40 years, said the baker in tears, and proceed without further remark, to the day when you took me aboard of your ship to help you in hunting the snark. A dear uncle of mine, after whom I was named, remarked when I bade him farewell. "Oh, skip your dear uncle!" the bellman exclaimed, as he angrily tingled his bell. "He remarked to me then," said that mildest of men, "if your snark be a snark, that is right. Fetch it home by all means. You may serve it with greens, and it's handy for striking the light. You may seek it with thimbles, and seek it with care. You may hunt it with forks and hope. You may threaten its life with a railway share. You may charm it with smiles and soap." "That's exactly the method," the bellman bold, in a hasty parenthesis cried. "That's exactly the way I have always been told that the capture of snarks should be tried. And oh, beamish nephew, beware of the day if your snark be a boojum, for then you will softly and suddenly vanish away and never be met with again. It is this that oppresses my soul when I think of my uncle's last words, and my heart is like nothing so much as a bowl brimming over with quivering curds. It is this. We have had that before," the bellman indignantly said, and the baker replied, "Let me say it once more. It is this that I dread. I engage with a snark every night after dark, in a dreamy, delirious fight. I serve it with greens in those shadowy scenes, and I use it for striking the line. But if ever I meet with a butcher, that day, in a moment, of this I am sure, I shall softly and suddenly vanish away, and the notion I cannot endure." Fit the fourth, the hunting. The bellman looked uffish and wrinkled his brow. "If only you'd spoken before. It's excessively awkward to mention it now, with a snug, so to speak, at the door. We should all of us grieve, as you well may believe, if you never were met with again. But surely, my man, when the voyage began, you might have suggested it then? It's excessively awkward to mention it now, as I think I've already remarked. And the man they called High replied with a sigh, I informed you the day we embarked. You may charge me with murder, or want of sense. We are all of us weak at times. But the slightest approach to a false pretense was never among my crimes. I said it in Hebrew, I said it in Dutch, I said it in German and Greek, but I wholly forgot, and it vexes me much, that English is what you speak. 'Tis a pitiful tale, said the bellman, whose face had grown longer at every word. But now that you've stated the whole of your case, more debate would be simply absurd. The rest of my speech, he explained to his men, you shall hear when I have leisure to speak it. But the snark is at hand, let me tell you again. 'Tis your glorious duty to seek it. To seek it with thimbles, to seek it with care, to pursue it with forks and hope, to threaten its life with a railway share, to charm it with smiles and soap. For the snag's a peculiar creature that won't be caught in a commonplace way. Do all that you know, and try all that you don't. Not a chance must be wasted today. For England expects, I forbear to proceed. 'Tis a maxim tremendous, but right, and you'd best be unpacking the things that you need to rig yourselves out for the fight. Then the banker endorsed a blank cheque, which he crossed, and changed his loose silver for notes. The baker with care combed his whiskers and hair, and shook the dust out of his coats. The boots and the broker were sharpening the spade, each working the grindstone in turn. But the beaver went on making lace, and displayed no interest in the concern. Though the barrister tried to appeal to its pride, and vainly proceeded to cite a number of cases in which making laces had been proved an infringement of right, the maker of bonnets ferociously planned a novel arrangement of bows, while the billiard marker with quivering hand was chalking the tip of his nose. But the butcher turned nervous, and dressed himself fine, with yellow kid gloves and a ruff, said he felt exactly like going to dine, which the bellman declared was all stuff. "Introduce me, now there's a good fellow," he said, "if we happen to meet it together." And the bellman, sagaciously nodding his head, said, "That must depend on the weather." The beaver went simply galumphing about at seeing the butcher so shy, and even the baker, though stupid and stout, made an effort to wink with one eye. "Be a man," said the bellman in wrath, as he heard the butcher beginning to sob. "Should we meet with a jab-jab, that desperate bird, we shall need all our strength for the job." The fifth, the beaver's lesson. They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care, they pursued it with forks and hope, they threatened its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. Then the butcher contrived an ingenious plan for making a separate sally, and had fixed on a spot unfrequented by man, a dismal and desolate valley. But the very same plan to the beaver occurred. It had chosen the very same place, yet neither betrayed by a sign or a word the disgust that appeared in his face. Each thought he was thinking of nothing but Snark and the glorious work of the day, and each tried to pretend that he did not remark that the other was going that way. But the valley grew narrow and narrower still, and the evening got darker and colder, till merely from nervousness, not from goodwill. They marched along, shoulder to shoulder. Then a scream, shrill and high, rent the shuddering sky, and they knew that some danger was near. The beaver turned pale to the tip of its tail, and even the butcher felt queer. He thought of his childhood, left far, far behind, that blissful and innocent state. The sound so exactly recalled to his mind. A pencil that squeaks on a slate. "'Tis the voice of the judge!" he suddenly cried. "This man that they used to call Dunce. And the bellman would tell you," he added with pride, "I have uttered that sentiment once. 'Tis the note of the jub-jub. Keep count, I entreat. You will find I've told it you twice. 'Tis the song of the jub-jub. The proof is complete, if only I've stated it thrice." The beaver had counted with scrupulous care, attending to every word. But it fairly lost heart, and outgrave in despair, when the third repetition occurred. It felt that, in spite of all possible pains, it had somehow contrived to lose count, and the only thing now was to rack its poor brains by reckoning up the amount. 2 added to 1, that could but be done, it said, with one's fingers and thumbs, recollecting with tears how in earlier years it had taken no pains with sums. "The thing can be done," said the butcher, "I think. The thing must be done, I am sure. The thing shall be done. Bring me paper and ink, the best there is time to procure." The beaver brought paper, portfolio, pens and ink in unfailing supplies, while strange creepy creatures came out of their dens and watched them with wondering eyes. So engrossed was the butcher he heeded them not, as he wrote with a pen in each hand, and explained all the while in a popular style which the beaver could well understand. Taking 3 as a subject to reason about, a convenient number to state, we add 7 and 10 and then multiply out by 1000 diminished by 8. The result we proceed to divide, as you see, by 990 and 2. Then subtract 17 and the answer must be exactly and perfectly true. The method employed I would gladly explain, while I have it so clear in my head. If I had but the time, and you had but the brain, but much yet remains to be said. In one moment I've seen what has hitherto been enveloped in absolute mystery, and without extra charge I will give you at large a lesson in natural history. In his genial way he proceeded to say, forgetting all laws of propriety, and that giving instruction without introduction would have caused quite a thrill in society. As to temper, the jubjub's a desperate bird, since it lives in perpetual passion. Its taste in costume is entirely absurd, yet it's ages ahead of the fashion. But knowing any friend it has met once before, it never will look at a bribe, and in charity meetings it stands at the door and collects, though it does not subscribe. Its flavour when cooked is more exquisite far than mutton or oysters or eggs. Some think it keeps best in an ivory jar, and some in mahogany kegs. You boil it in sawdust, you salt it in glue, you condense it with locust and tape, still keeping one principal object in view, to preserve its symmetrical shape. The butcher would gladly have talked till next day, but he felt that the lesson must end, and he wept with delight in attempting to say he considered the beaver his friend, while the beaver confessed with affectionate looks, more eloquent even than tears, it had learned in 10 minutes far more than all books would have taught it in 70 years. They returned hand in hand, and the bellman, unmanned for a moment with noble emotion, said, "This amply repays all the wearisome days we have spent on the billowy ocean." Such friends as the beaver and butcher became have seldom if ever been known, In winter or summer 'twas always the same, you could never meet either alone. And when quarrels arose, as one frequently finds quarrels will, spite of every endeavor, the song of the Jub-Jub recurred to their minds, and cemented their friendship forever. Fit the sixth, the barrister's dream. They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care, they pursued it with force and hope. They threatened its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. But the barrister, weary of proving in vain that the beaver's lace-making was wrong, fell asleep, and in dreams saw the creature quite plain that his fancy had dwelt on so long. He dreamed that he stood in a shadowy court, where the Snark, with a glass in its eye, dressed in gown, bands, and wig, was defending a pig on the charge of deserting its tie. The witnesses proved, without error or flaw, that his tie was deserted when found, and the judge kept explaining the state of the law in a soft undercurrent of sound. The indictment had never been clearly expressed, and it seemed that the Snark had begun and had spoken 3 hours before anyone guessed what the pig was supposed to have done. The jury had each formed a different view long before the indictment was read, and they all spoke at once, so that none of them knew one word that the others had said. "You must know," said the judge. But the Snark exclaimed, "Fudge! As stated is obsolete quite. Let me tell you, my friends, the whole question depends on an ancient manorial right. In the matter of treason, the pig would appear to have aided, but scarcely abetted, while the charge of insolvency fails, it is clear, if you grant the plea, never indebted. The fact of desertion I will not dispute, but its guilt, as I trust, is removed, so far as relates to the cost of this suit, by the alibi which has been proved. My poor client's fate now depends on your votes." Here the speaker sat down in his place, and directed the judge to refer to his notes and briefly to sum up the case. But the judge said he never had summed up before, so the Snark undertook it instead, and summed it so well that it came to far more than the witnesses ever had said. When the verdict was called for, the jury declined, as the word was so puzzling to spell, but they ventured to hope that the Snark wouldn't mind undertaking that duty as well. So the Snark found the verdict, although, as it owned, it was spent with the toil of the day. When it said the word "guilty," the jury all groaned, some of them fainted away. Then the Snark pronounced sentence, the judge being quite too nervous to utter a word. When it rose to its feet, there was silence like night, and the fall of a pin might be heard. Transportation for life was the sentence it gave, and then to be fined £40. The jury all cheered, though the judge said feared the phrase was not legally sound. But the wild exultation was suddenly checked when the jailer informed them with tears such a sentence would have not the slightest effect, as the pig had been dead for some years. The judge led the court, looking deeply disgusted, but the Snark, though a little aghast, as the lawyer to whom the defense was entrusted, went bellowing on to the last. Thus the barrister dreamed, while the bellowing seemed to grow every moment more clear, till he walked to the knell of a furious bell, which the bellman rang close at his ear. Fit the seventh, the banker's fate. They sought it with thimbles, they sought it with care, they pursued it with force and hope. They threatened its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. And the banker, inspired with a courage so new it was matter for general remark, rushed madly ahead and was lost to their view in his zeal to discover the Snark. But while he was seeking with thimbles and care, The Bandersnatch swiftly drew nigh, and grabbed at the banker, who shrieked in despair, for he knew it was useless to fly. He offered large discount, he offered a cheque, drawn to bearer, for £7.10, but the Bandersnatch merely extended its neck and grabbed at the banker again. Without rest or pause, while those frumious jaws went savagely snapping around, he skipped and he hopped and he floundered and flopped, till fainting he fell to the ground. The Bandersnatch fled as the others appeared, led on by that fear-stricken yell, and the bellman remarked, "It is Dressel I feared," and solemnly tolled on his bell. He was black in the face, and he scarcely could trace the least likeness to what he had been, while so great was his fright that his waistcoat turned white, a wonderful thing to be seen. To the horror of all who were present that day, he uprose in full evening dress, and with senseless grimaces endeavored to say what his tongue could no longer express. Down he sank in a chair, ran his hands through his hair, and chanted in mimsiest tones words whose utter inanity proved his insanity, while he rattled a couple of bones. "Leave him here to his fate. It is getting so late," the bellman exclaimed in a fright. "We have lost half the day. Any further delay, and we shan't catch a snack before night." 58. The Vanishing. They sowed with thimbles, they sowed with care, they pursued with thought and hope, they threatened its life with a railway share, they charmed it with smiles and soap. They shuddered to think that the chase might fail, and the beaver, excited at last, went bounding along at the tip of its tail, for the daylight was nearly past. "There is Thingumbob shouting," the bellman said. "He is shouting like mad, only hark! He is waving his hands, he is wagging his head. He has certainly found a snack." They gazed in delight, while the butcher exclaimed, "He was always a desperate wag." But they beheld him, their baker, their hero unnamed, on the top of a neighboring crag, erect and sublime for one moment of time. In the next, that wild figure they saw, as if stung by a spasm, plunged into a chasm, while they waited and listened in awe. "It's a snack!" was the sound that first came to their ears, and seemed almost too good to be true. Then followed a torrent of laughter and cheers, then the ominous words, "It's a boo." Then silence. Some fancied they heard in the air a weary and wandering sigh that sounded like "jump," but the others declare 'twas only a breeze that went by. They hunted till darkness came on, but they found not a button, or feather, or mark, by which they could tell that they stood on the ground where the baker had met with a snark. In the midst of the word he was trying to say, in the midst of his laughter and glee, he had softly and suddenly vanished away, for the snark was a boojum, you see. The end. End of The Hunting of a Snark. This recording is in the public domain.
Interim by Edna St. Vincent Millay. Read for LibriVox.org by Gail Cato. The room is full of you. As I came in and closed the door behind me, all at once a something in the air intangible, yet stiff with meaning, struck my senses sick. Sharp, unfamiliar odors have destroyed each other room's dear personality. The heavy scent of damp funeral flowers, the very essence, hush distilled of death, has strangled that habitual breath of home, whose expiration leaves all houses dead. And wheresoe'er I look, is hideous change, save here. Here, 'twas if a weed-choked gate had opened at my touch, and I had stepped into some long forgot, enchanted, strange, sweet garden of 1,000 years ago, and suddenly thought, I have been here before. You are not here. I know that you are gone, and will not ever enter here again, and yet it seems to me, if I should speak, your silent step must wake across the hall. If I should turn my head, that your sweet eyes would kiss me from the door. So short a time to teach my life its transposition to this difficult and unaccustomed key. The room is as you left it, your last touch a thoughtless pressure, knowing not itself as saintly, hallows now each simple thing, hallows and glorifies and glows between the dust grey fingers like a shielded light. There is your book, just as you laid it down, face to the table. I cannot believe that you are gone. Just then it seemed to me, you must be here. I almost laughed to think how like reality the dream had been, yet knew before I laughed, and so was still, that book outspread, just as you laid it down. Perhaps you thought, I wonder what comes next, and whether this or this will be the end. So rose and left it, thinking to return. Perhaps that chair, when you arose and passed out of the room, rocked silently a while, ere it again was still. When you were gone forever from the room, perhaps that chair, stirred by your movement, rocked a little while, silently, to and fro. And here are the last words your fingers wrote, scrawled in broad characters across a page in this brown book I gave you. Here your hands, guiding your rapid pen, moved up and down. Here with a looping knot you crossed a T, and here another like it, just beyond these two eccentric E's. You were so small, and wrote so brave a hand. How strange it seems, that of all words, these are the words you chose, and yet a simple choice. You did not know you would not write again. If you had known, but then it does not matter. And indeed, if you had known there was so little time, you would have dropped your pen and come to me, and this page would be empty, and some phrase other than this would hold my wonder now. Yet since you could not know, and it befell that these are the last words your fingers wrote, there is a dignity some might not see in this. I picked the first sweet pea today. Today? Was there an opening bud beside it you left until tomorrow? Oh, my love, the things that withered, and you came not back. That day you filled this circle of my arms and now is empty. Oh, my empty life! That day you picked the first sweet pea, and brought it in to show me. I recall with terrible distinctness how the smell of your cool gardens drifted in with you. I know, you held it up for me to see, and flushed because I looked not at the flower but at your face. And when behind my look you saw such unmistakable intent, you laughed, and brushed your flower against my lips. You were the fairest thing God ever made, I think. And then your hands above my heart drew down its stem into a fastening, and while your head was bent I kissed your hair. I wonder if you knew, beloved hands, somehow I cannot seem to see them still. Somehow I cannot seem to see the dust in your bright hair. What is the need of heaven, when earth can be so sweet, if only God had let us love, and show the world the way? Strange cancellings must ink the eternal books, when love crossed out will bring the answer right. That first sweet pea, I wonder where it is. It seems to me I laid it down somewhere, and yet I am not sure. I am not sure even if it was white or pink. For then 'twas much like any other flower to me, save that it was the first. I did not know then that it was the last. If I had known, but then it does not matter. Strange how few, after all said and done, the things that are of moment. Few indeed, when I can make of 10 small words a rope to hang the world. I had you, and I have you now, no more. There it dangles. Where's the little truth that can for long keep footing under that, when its slack syllables tighten to a thought? Here, let me write it down. I wish to see just how a thing like that will look on paper. I had you, and I have you now, no more. Oh, little words! How can you run so straight across the page, beneath the weight you bear? How can you fall apart, whom such a theme has bound together, and hereafter aid in trivial expression that have been so hideously dignified? Would God, that tearing you apart would tear the thread I strung you on! Would God, oh God, my mind stretches asunder on this merciless rack of imagery. Oh, let me sleep awhile! Would I could sleep, and wake to find me back, in that sweet summer afternoon with you. Summer? 'Tis summer still by the calendar. How easily could God, if he so willed, set back the world a little turn or two, correct its griefs, and bring its joys again. We were so wholly one. I had not thought that we could die apart. I had not thought that I could move, and you be stiff and still, that I could speak, and you perforce be dumb. I think our heartstrings were, like warp and woof, in some firm fabric, woven in and out, your golden filaments in fair design, across my duller fibre. And to-day that shining strip is rent, the exquisite fine pattern is destroyed. Part of your heart aches in my breast, part of my heart lies chilled in the damp earth with you. I have been torn in two, and suffer for the rest of me. What is my life to me? And what am I to life? A ship whose star has guttered out, a fear that in the deep night starts awake perpetually to find its senses strained against the taut strings of the quivering air, awaiting the return of some dread chord. Dark, dark is all I find for metaphor, all else for contrast, save that contrast's wall is down, and all opposed things flow together into a vast monotony, where night and day, and frost and thaw, and death and life are synonyms. What now? What now to me are all the jabbering birds and foolish flowers that clutter up the world? You were my song. Now let discord scream, you were my flower. Now let the world grow weeds, for I shall not plant things above your grave, the common balm of the conventional woe for its own wound. Amid sensations rendered negative by your elimination, stands today, certain, unmixed, the element of grief. I sorrow, and I shall not mock my truth with travesties of suffering, nor seek to effigy its incorporeal bulk in little wry-faced images of woe. I cannot call you back, and I desire no utterance of my immaterial voice. I cannot even turn my face this way or that, and say, my face is turned to you. I know not where you are. I do not know if heaven hold you, or if earth transmute, body and soul, you into earth again. But this I know, not for 1 second space shall I insult my sight with visionings, such as the credulous crowd, so eager-eyed, beholds, self-conjured in the empty air. Let the world wail, let drip its easy tears, my sorrow shall be dumb. What do I say? God, 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 pity me. Am I gone mad that I should spit upon a rosary? Am I become so shrunken? Would to God I too might feel that frenzied faith, whose touch makes temporal the most enduring grief, though it must walk a while as its wont with wild lamenting. Would I too might weep where weeps the world, and hangs its piteous wreaths for its new dead. Not truth, but faith, it is that keeps the world alive. If all at once faith were to slacken, that unconscious faith, which must, I know yet, be the cornerstone of all believing, birds now flying fearless across would drop in terror to the earth. Fishes would drown, and the all-governing reins would tangle in the frantic hands of God, and the world gallop headlong to destruction. Oh, God! I see it now, and my sick brain staggers and swoons. How often over me flashes this breathlessness of sudden sight, in which I see the universe unrolled before me like a scroll, and read thereon chaos and doom, where helpless planets whirl, dizzily, round and round, like tops across a table, gathering speed with every spin, to waver on the edge one instant, looking over, and the next to shudder, and lurch forward out of sight. Ah, I am worn out. I am wearied out. It is too much. I am but flesh and blood, and I must sleep, though you were dead again. I am but flesh and blood, and I must sleep. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lines composed a few miles above Tintern Abbey by William Wordsworth. Read for LibriVox.org by John Doyle. 5 years have passed, 5 summers, with the length of 5 long winters, and again I hear these waters rolling from their mountain springs, with a soft inland murmur once again. Do I behold these steep and lofty cliffs, that on a wild secluded scene impress thoughts of more deep seclusion, and connect the landscape with the quiet of the sky? The day is come when I again repose here under this dark sycamore, and view these plots of cottage ground, these orchard tufts, which at this season with their unripe fruits are clad in one green hue, and lose themselves mid groves, corpses. Once again I see these hedgy rows, hardly hedgy rows, little lines of sportive wood run wild, these pastoral farms green to the very door, and wreaths of smoke sent up in silence from among the trees. With some uncertain notice, as might seem, of vagrant dwellers in the houseless woods, or of some hermit's cave, where by his fire the hermit sits alone. These beauteous forms, through a long absence, have not been to me as is a landscape to a blind man's eye, but oft in lonely rooms, and mid the din of towns and cities, I have owned to them. In hours of weariness, sensations sweet felt in the blood, and felt along the heart, and passing even into my purer mind, with tranquil restoration, feelings too of unremembered pleasures, such perhaps have no slight or trivial influence on that best portion of a good man's life, his little, nameless, unremembered acts of kindness and of love, nor less, I trust, to them I may have owed another gift of aspect more sublime, that blessed mood in which the burden of the mystery, in which the heavy and the weary weight of all this unintelligible world is lightened, that serene and blessed mood in which the affections gently lead us on, until the breath of this corporeal frame, and even the motion of our human blood almost suspended, we are laid asleep in body and becoming a living soul, while with an eye made quiet by the power of harmony and the deep power of joy, we see into the life of things. If this be but a vain belief, yet, oh, how oft in darkness and amid the many shapes of joyless daylight, when the fretful stir, unprofitable, and the fever of the world have hung upon the beatings of my heart, how oft in spirit have I turned to thee, O sylvan way, thou wandering through the woods, how oft has my spirit turned to thee. And now, with gleams of half-extinguished thought, with many recognitions dim and faint, and somewhat of a sad perplexity, the picture of my mind revives again, where here I stand, not only with the sense of present pleasures, but with pleasing thoughts, that in this moment there is life and food for future years. And so I dare to hope, though changed no doubt from what I was when first I came among these hills, when like a roe I bounded over the mountains, by the sides, over the deep rivers and the lonely streams, wherever nature led, more like a man, flying from something that he dreads, than one who sought the thing he loved. For nature then, the coarser pleasure of my boyish days, and their glad animal movements all gone by, to me was all in all. I cannot paint what then I was. The sounding cataract haunted me like a passion. The tall rock, the mountain, and the deep and gloomy wood, their colours and their forms, were then to me an appetite, a feeling, and a love, that had no need of a remoter charm, by thought supplied, nor any interest unborrowed from the eye. That time is past, and all its aching joys are now no more, and all its dizzy raptures. Not for this faint eye, nor mourn, nor murmur, other gifts have followed. For such loss, I would believe, abundant recompense. For I have learned to look on nature, not as in the hour of thoughtless youth, but hearing oftentimes the still, sad music of humanity, nor harsh, nor grating, though of ample power to chasten and subdue. And I have felt a presence that disturbs me with the joy of elevated thoughts, a sense sublime of something far more deeply infused, whose dwellings is the light of the setting suns, and the round ocean and the living air, and the blue sky and the mind of man, a motion and a spirit that impels all thinking things, all objects of all thought, and rolls through all things. Therefore I am still a lover of the meadows and the woods and mountains, and of all that we behold from this green earth, of all the mighty world, of eye and ear, both what they half create and what perceive, well pleased to recognize in nature and the language of the sense, the anchor of my purest thoughts, the nurse, the guide, the guardian of my heart and soul, of all my moral being. Nor perchance, if I were not thus taught, should I the more suffer my genial spirits to decay. For thou art with me here upon the banks of this fair river, O my dear friend. I made a mistake. Nor perchance, if I were not thus taught, should I the more suffer my genial spirits to decay. For thou art with me here upon the banks of this fair river, thou my dearest friend, my dear, dear friend, and in thy voice I catch the language of my former heart, and read my former pleasures in the shooting lights of thy wild eyes. Oh, yet a little while may I behold in thee what I was once, my dear, dear sister. And this prayer I make, knowing that nature never did betray the heart that loved her. 'Tis her privilege, through all the years of this our life to lead, from joy to joy, for she can so inform the mind that is within us, so impress with quietness and beauty, and so feed with lofty thoughts, that neither evil tongues, rash judgments, nor the sneers of selfish men, nor greetings where no kindness is, nor all the dreary intercourse of daily life, shall ever prevail against us, or disturb our cheerful faith, that all which we behold is full of blessings. Therefore let the moon shine on thee in thy solitary walk, and let the misty mountains winds be free to blow against thee, and in after years, when these wild ecstasies shall be matured into a sombre pleasure, when thy mind shall be a mansion for all lovely forms, the memory be as a dwelling place for all sweet sounds and harmonies. Oh, then, if solitude or fear or pain or grief should be thy portion, with what healing thoughts of tender joy wilt thou remember me, and these my exhortations, nor perchance, if I should be where I no more can hear thy voice, nor catch from thy wild eyes these gleams of past existence, wilt thou then forget that on the banks of this delightful stream we stood together, and that I, so long a worshipper of nature, hither came, unwearied in that service, rather say with warmer love, oh, with far deeper zeal of holier love. Nor wilt thou then forget that after many wanderings, many years of absence, these steep woods and lofty cliffs, and this green pastoral landscape were to me more dear, both for themselves and for thy sake. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Pied Piper of Hamelin, a child story by Robert Browning. Read for LibriVox.org by Mr. Frerking. Hamelin Town's in Brunswick, by famous Hanover City. The river Weser, deep and wide, washes its wall on the southern side, a pleasanter spot you never spied. But when begins my ditty, almost 500 years ago, to see the townsfolk suffer so from vermin was a pity. Rats! They fought the dogs and killed the cats, and bit the babies in the cradles, and ate the cheeses out of the vats, and licked the soup from the cook's own ladles, split open the kegs of salted sprats, made nests inside men's Sunday hats, and even spoiled the women's chats by drowning their speaking with shrieking and squeaking in 50 different sharps and flats. At last the people in a body to the town hall came flocking. "'Tis clear," cried they, "our mayor's a naughty, and as for our corporation, shocking. To think we buy gowns lined with ermine for dolts that can't or won't determine what's best to rid us of our vermin. You hope, because you're old and obese, to find in the furry civic robe ease? Rouse up, sirs, give your brains a racking to find the remedy we're lacking, or, sure as fate, we'll send you packing." At this the mayor and corporation quaked with a mighty consternation. An hour they sat in council. At length the mayor broke silence. For a guilder I'd my ermine gown sell. I wish I were a mile hence. It's easy to bid one rack one's brain. I'm sure my poor head aches again. I've scratched it so, and all in vain. Oh, for a trap, a trap, a trap! Just as he said this, what should hap? At the chamber door but a gentle tap. Bless us, cried the mayor, what's that? With the corporation as he sat, looking little, though wondrous fat, nor brighter was his eye, nor moister, than a too long opened oyster, save when at noon his paunch grew mutinous, for a plate of turtle, green and glutinous. Only a scraping of shoes on the mat, anything like the sound of a rat, makes my heart go pit-a-pat. Come in, the mayor cried, looking bigger, and in did come the strangest figure. His queer long coat from heel to head was half of yellow and half of red, and he himself was tall and thin, with sharp blue eyes, each like a pen, with light loose hair, yet swarthy skin, no tuft on cheek, nor beard on chin, but lips where smiles went out and in. There was no guessing his kith and kin, and nobody could enough admire the tall man and his quaint attire. Quoth one, it's as my great-grandsire, starting up at the trump of doom's tone, had walked his way from his painted tombstone. He advanced to the council table, and, please your honor, said he, I'm able, by means of a secret charm, to draw all creatures living beneath the sun, that creep or swim or fly or run, after me so as you never saw. And I chiefly use my charm on creatures that do people harm, the mole and toad and newt and viper, and people call me the Pied Piper. And here they noticed round his neck a scarf of red and yellow stripe, to match with his coat of selfsame check, and at the scarf's end hung a pipe, and his fingers they noticed were ever straying, as if impatient to be playing upon this pipe, as low it dangled over his vesture so old-fangled. Yet, said he, poor piper as I am, in Tartary I freed the Cham. Last June, from his huge swarms of gnats, I eased in Asia the Nizam of a monstrous brood of vampire bats. And as for what your brain bewilders, if I can rid your town of rats, will you give me 1,000 guilders? 1? 50,000, was the exclamation of the astonished mayor and corporation. Into the street the piper stepped, smiling first a little smile, as if he knew what magic slept in his quiet pipe the while. Then, like a musical adept, to blow the pipe his lips he wrinkled, and green and blue his sharp eyes twinkled, like a candle flame where salt is sprinkled. And ere 3 shrill notes the pipe uttered, you heard as if an army muttered, and the muttering grew to a grumbling, and the grumbling grew to a mighty rumbling, and out of the houses the rats came tumbling, great rats, small rats, lean rats, brawny rats, brown rats, black rats, gray rats, tawny rats, grave old plotters, gay young friskers, fathers, mothers, uncles, cousins, cocking tails and pricking whiskers, families by tens and dozens, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, followed the piper for their lives. From street to street he piped advancing, and step for step they followed dancing, until they came to the river Weser, wherein all plunged and perished, save one, who, stout as Julius Caesar, swam across and lived to carry, as he, the manuscript he cherished, to Ratland home his commentary, which was, at the first shrill notes of the pipe, I heard a sound as of scraping tripe, and putting apples wondrous ripe into a cider press's gripe, and a moving away of pickle tub boards, and a leaving a jar of conserve cupboards, and a drawing the corks of train oil flasks, and a breaking of hoops of butter casks, and it seemed as if a voice, sweeter far than by harp or by psaltery is breathed, called out, "Oh, rats, rejoice! The world is grown to one vast risaltery, so munch on, crunch on, take your nunch on, breakfast, supper, dinner, lunch on, and just as a bulky sugar punch on, already staved, like a great sun shone, glorious scarce an inch before me, just as methought it said, 'Come, bore me,' I found the Weser rolling o'er me. You should have heard the Hamelin people, ringing the bells till they rocked the steeple, Go, cried the mayor, and get long poles, poke out the nests and block up the holes, consult with the carpenters and builders, and leave in our town not even a trace of the rats, when suddenly up the face of the piper perked in the marketplace with a "First, if you please, my 1,000 guilders." 1,000 guilders? The mayor looked blue, so did the corporation too, for council dinners made rare havoc, with claret, moselle, vin de grave, hock, and half the money would replenish their cellar's biggest bout with Rhenish, to pay this sum to a wandering fellow with a gypsy coat of red and yellow. Beside, quoth the mayor with a knowing wink, our business was done at the river's brink. We saw with our eyes the vermin sink, and what's dead can't come to life, I think. So, friend, we're not the folks to shrink from the duty of giving you something for drink, and a matter of money to put in your poke. But as for the guilders, what we spoke of them, as you very well know, was in joke. Beside, our losses have made us thrifty. 1,000 guilders? Come, take 50. The piper's face fell, and he cried, No trifling! I can't wait. Beside, I've promised to visit by dinner time Baghdad, and accept the prime of the head cook's pottage, all he's rich in, for having left in the caliph's kitchen of a nest of scorpions no survivor. With him I proved no bargain driver. With you, don't think I'll bait a stiver. And folks who put me in a passion may find me pipe after another fashion. How? Cried the mayor. D'ye think I brook being worse treated than a cook? Insulted by a lazy ribald, with idle pipe invest your piebald? You threaten us, fellow? Do your worst. Blow your pipe there till you burst. Once more he stepped into the street, and to his lips again laid his long pipe of smooth straight cane, and ere he blew 3 notes, such sweet, soft notes as yet musician's cunning never gave the enraptured air. There was a rustling that seemed like a bustling of merry crowds justling at pitching and hustling. Small feet were pattering, wooden shoes clattering, little hands clapping and little tongues chattering, and, like fowls in a farmyard when barley is scattering, out came the children running. All the little boys and girls, with rosy cheeks and flaxen curls, and sparkling eyes and teeth like pearls, tripping and skipping, ran merrily after the wonderful music with shouting and laughter. The mayor was dumb, and the council stood as if they were changed into blocks of wood, unable to step or cry to the children merrily skipping by, could only follow with the eye that joyous crowd at the piper's back. But how the mayor was on the rack, and the wretched council's bosoms beat, as the piper turned from the high street to where the Weser rolled its waters, right in the way of their sons and daughters. However, he turned from south to west, and to Koppelberg Hill his steps addressed, and after him the children pressed. Great was the joy in every breast. He never can cross that mighty top. He's forced to let the piping drop, and we shall see our children stop. When lo, as they reached the mountain side, a wondrous portal opened wide, as if a cavern were suddenly hollowed, and the piper advanced, and the children followed, and when all were in, to the very last, the door in the mountain side shut fast. Did I say all? No, one was lame and could not dance the whole of the way, and in after years, if you would blame his sadness, he used to say, It's dull in our town since my playmates left. I can't forget that I'm bereft of all the pleasant sights they see, which the piper also promised me, for he had led us, he said, to a joyous land, joining the town, and just at hand, where waters gushed and fruit trees grew, and flowers put forth a fairer hue, and everything was strange and new. The sparrows were brighter than peacocks here, and their dogs outran our fallow deer, and honey bees had lost their stings, and horses were born with eagle's wings. And just as I became assured my lame foot would be speedily cured, the music stopped, and I stood still, and found myself outside the hill, left alone against my will, to go now limping as before, and never hear of that country more. Alas, alas for Hamelin! There came into many a burgher's pate a text which says that heaven's gate opes to the rich at as easy rate as the needle's eye takes a camel in. The mayor sent east, west, north, and south to offer the piper by word of mouth, wherever it was men's lot to find him, silver and gold to his heart's content, if he'd only return the way he went, and bring the children behind him. But when they saw 'twas a lost endeavor, and piper and dancers were gone forever, they made a decree that lawyers never should think their records dated duly, if after the day of the month and year these words did not as well appear, and so long after what happened here on the 22nd of July, 1376. And the better in memory to fix the place of the children's last retreat, they called it the Pied Piper's Street, where any one playing on pipe or tabor was sure for the future to lose his labor, nor suffered they hostelry or tavern to shock with mirth a street so solemn, but opposite the place of the cavern they wrote the story on a column, and on the great church window painted the same, to make the world acquainted how their children were stolen away, and there it stands to this very day. And I must not omit to say that in Transylvania there's a tribe of alien people who ascribe the outlandish ways and dress, on which their neighbors lay such stress, to their fathers and mothers having risen out of some subterraneous prison, into which they were trepanned long time ago in a mighty band, out of Hamlin town in Brunswick land, but how or why they don't understand. So, Willie, let me and you be wipers of scores out with all men, especially pipers, and whether they pipe us free from rats or from mice, if we've promised them aught, let us keep our promise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Read for LibriVox.org by Lady Maria. The Raven. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrote its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my books the seeds of sorrow. Sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the radiant maiden whom the angels namely know, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long as to the wandering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was a whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. Surely, said I, surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird, beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me why thy lordly name is on the night's Praetorian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marvel this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its sense a little mean, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon a sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, "Other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before." There the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by replies so aptly spoken, "Doubtless," said I, "what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore." But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I will the cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yours, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yours meant in croaking nevermore. This sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burn to my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining, with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfume from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. "Wretch!" I cried, "thy God hath lent thee, but these angels he hath sent thee, respite, respite, and bend thee from thy memories of yore. Quaff this kindly penty, and forget this lastly no. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, bird or devil, where the tempest sent, or where the tempest doth thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, of this desert land enchanted, of this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if, within the distant Aidenn, it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels ne'er nor, clasp her rare and radiant maiden whom the angels ne'er nor. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word a sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked up starting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of the lie thy soul has spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, with the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul, from out thy shadow, that lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted nevermore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, in 7 parts, by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, read and recorded for LibriVox.org by Sandra. Part the First. It is an ancient mariner, and he stoppeth one of 3. By thy long grey beard and glittering eye, now wherefore stopp'st thou me? The bridegroom's doors are opened wide, and I am next of kin. The guests are met, the feast is set, mayst hear the merry din. He holds him with his skinny hand. There was a ship, quoth he. Hold off, unhand me, grey-beard loon. Oftsoons his hand drops he. He holds him with his glittering eye. The wedding guest stood still, and listens like a 3 years' child. The mariner hath his will. The wedding guest sat on a stone, he cannot choose but hear. And thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. The ship was cheered, the harbour cleared, merrily did we drop. Below the kirk, below the hill, below the lighthouse top. The sun came up upon the left, out of the sea came he, and he shone bright, and on the right went down into the sea. Higher and higher every day, till over the mast at noon, the wedding guest here beat his breast, for he heard the loud bassoon. The bride hath paced into the hall, red as a rose is she. Nodding their heads before her goes the merry minstrelsy. The wedding guest here beat his breast, yet he cannot choose but hear. And thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. And now the storm blast came, and he was tyrannous and strong. He struck with his o'ertaking wings, and chased south along. with sloping masts and dipping prow, as who pursued with yell and blow, still treads the shadow of his foe, and forward bends his head. The ship drove fast, loud roared the blast, and southward aye we fled. And now there came both mist and snow, and it grew wondrous cold. And ice mast high came floating by, as green as emerald. And through the drifts the snowy cliffs did send a dismal sheen, nor shapes of men or beasts we ken, the ice was all between. The ice was here, the ice was there, the ice was all around. It cracked and growled and roared and howled like noises in a swound. At length did cross an albatross, thorough the fog it came. As if it had been a Christian soul, we hailed it in God's name. It ate the food it ne'er hath eat, and round it flew. The ice did split with a thunder fit, the helmsman steered us through. And a good south wind sprung up behind, the albatross did follow, and every day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow. In mist or cloud, on mast or shroud, it perched for vespers 9, whiles all the night through fog smoke white glimmered the white moonshine. God save thee, ancient mariner, from the fiend that plague thee thus! Why look'st thou so? With my crossbow I shot the albatross. Part the Second. The sun now rose upon the right. Out of the sea came he, still hid in mist, and on the left went down into the sea. And the good south wind still blew behind, but no sweet bird did follow, nor any day for food or play came to the mariner's hollow. And I had done a hellish thing, and it would work 'em woe, for all averred I had killed the bird that made the breeze to blow. Ah, wretch, said they, the bird to slay that made the breeze to blow. Nor dim or red, like God's own head, the glorious sun uprist. Then all averred I had killed the bird that brought the fog and mist. 'Twas right, said they, such birds to slay that bring the fog and mist. The fair breeze blew, the white foam flew, the furrow followed free. We were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. Down dropped the breeze, the sails dropped down, 'twas sad as sad could be, and we did speak only to break the silence of the sea. All in a hot and copper sky, the bloody sun at noon, right up above the mast did stand, no bigger than the moon. Day after day, day after day, we stuck, nor breath nor motion, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Water, water everywhere, and all the boards did shrink. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. The very deep did rot. Oh, Christ, that ever this should be! Yea, slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea. About, about, in reel and rout, the death fires danced at night. The water like a witch's oils burnt green and blue and white. And some in dreams assured were of the spirit that plagued us so. 9 fathoms deep he had followed us from the land of mist and snow, and every tongue through utter drought was withered at the root. We could not speak no more than if we had been choked with soot. Ah, well a day, what evil looks had I from old and young! Instead of the cross, the albatross about my neck was hung. Part Third. There passed a weary time, each throat was parched and glazed each eye. A weary time, how glazed each weary eye! When looking westward I beheld a something in the sky. At first it seemed a little speck, and then it seemed a mist. It moved and took at last a certain shape I wist. A speck, a mist, a shape I wist. And still it neared and neared, as if it dodged a water sprite. It plunged and tacked and veered. With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, we could not laugh nor wail. Through utter drought all dumb we stood. I bit my arm and sucked the blood and cried, "A sail! A sail!" With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, agape they heard me call. Gramercy they for joy did grin, and all at once their breath drew in, as they were drinking all. See, see, I cried, she tacks no more, hither to work us weal. Without a breeze, without a tide, she steadies with upright keel. The western wave was all aflame, the day was well nigh done. Almost upon the western wave rested the broad bright sun, when that strange shape drove suddenly betwixt us and the sun. And straight the sun was flecked with bars. Heaven's mother send us grace! As if through a dungeon grate she peered, with broad and burning face. Alas, thought I, and my heart beat loud, how fast she nears and nears! Are those her sails that glance in the sun like restless gossameres? Are those her ribs, through which the sun did peer as through a grate? And is that woman all her crew? Is that a death? And are there two? Is death that woman's mate? Her lips were red, her looks were free, her locks were yellow as gold, her skin was as white as leprosy, the nightmare life in death was she, who thicks man's blood with cold. The naked hulk alongside came, and the twain were casting dice. The game is done, I've won, quoth she, and whistles thrice. The sun's rim dips, the stars rush out, at one stride comes the dark. With far-heard whisper o'er the sea, off shot the spectre bark. We listened and looked sideways up. Fear at my heart as at a cup my life's blood seemed to sip. The stars were dim and thick the night. The steersman's face by his lamp gleamed white. From the sails the dew did drip, till clomb above the eastern bar the horned moon with one bright star within the nether tip. One after one, by the star-dogged moon, too quick for groan or sigh, each turned his face with a ghastly pang, and cursed me with his eye. 4 times 50 living men, and I heard nor sigh nor groan. With heavy thump, a lifeless lump, they dropped down one by one. The souls did from their bodies fly, they fled to bliss or woe, and every soul it passed me by like the whiz of my crossbow. Part the 4th. I fear thee, ancient mariner, I fear thy skinny hand, and thou art long and lank and brown as is the ribbed sea sand. I fear thee and thy glittering eye, and thy skinny hand so brown. Fear not, thou wedding guest, this body drop not down. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea. And never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. The many men so beautiful, and they all dead did lie, and 1,000 slimy things lived on, and so did I. I looked upon the rotting sea, and drew my eyes away. I looked upon the rotting deck, and there the dead men lay. I looked to heaven, and tried to pray, but wherever a prayer had gushed, a wicked whisper came, and made my heart as dry as dust. I closed my lids, and kept them closed, and the bowls like pulses beat, for the sky and the sea and the sea and the sky lay like a load on my weary eye, and the dead were at my feet. The cold sweat melted from their limbs, nor rot nor reek did they. The look with which they looked on me had never passed away. An orphan's curse would drag to hell a spirit from on high, but oh, more horrible than that is a curse in a dead man's eye. 7 days, 7 nights I saw that curse, and yet I could not die. The moving moon went up the sky, and nowhere did abide. Softly she was going up, and a star or two beside. Her beams bemocked the sultry main, like April hoar frost spread, but where the ship's huge shadow lay, the charmed water burnt alway a still and awful red. Beyond the shadow of the ship I watched the water snakes. They moved in tracks of shining white, and when they reared the elfish light fell off in hoary flakes. Within the shadow of the ship I watched their rich attire. Blue, glossy green, and velvet black, they coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire. All happy living things, no tongue their beauty might declare. A spring of love gushed from my heart, and I blessed them unaware. Sure my kind saint took pity on me, and I blessed them unaware. The selfsame moment I could pray, and from my neck so free the albatross fell off and sank like lead into the sea. Part the 5th. O sleep, it is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole. To Mary Queen the praise be given. She sent the gentle sleep from heaven that slid into my soul. The silly buckets on the deck that had so long remained, I dreamt that they were filled with dew, and when I awoke, it rained. My lips were wet, my throat was cold, my garments all were dank. Sure I had drunken in my dreams, and still my body drank. I moved and could not feel my limbs. I was so light, almost I thought that I had died in sleep and was a blessed ghost. And soon I heard a roaring wind. It did not come anear, but with its sound it shook the sails that were so thin and sere. The upper air burst into life, and 100 fire flags sheen. To and fro they were hurried about, and to and fro and in and out the wan stars danced between. And the coming wind did grow more loud, and the sails did sigh like sedge, and the rain poured down from one black cloud, the moon was at its edge. The thick black cloud was cleft, and still the moon was at its side. Like waters shot from some high crag, the lightning fell with never a jag, a river steep and wide. The loud wind never reached the ship, yet now the ship moved on. Beneath the lightning and the moon, the dead men gave a groan. They groaned, they stirred, they all uprose, nor spake nor moved their eyes. It had been strange, even in a dream, to have seen those dead men rise. The helmsman steered, the ship moved on, yet never a breeze up blew. The mariners all gan work the ropes as they were wont to do. They raised their limbs like lifeless tools. We were a ghastly crew. The body of my brother's son stood by me, knee to knee. The body and I pulled at one rope, but he said naught to me. I fear thee, ancient mariner. Be calm, thou wedding guest. 'Twas not those souls that fled in pain, which to their courses came again, but a troop of spirits blest. For when it dawned, they dropped their arms and clustered round the mast. Sweet sounds rose slowly from their mouths, and from their bodies passed. Around, around flew each sweet sound, then darted to the sun. Slowly the sounds came back again, now mixed, now one by one. Sometimes, a dropping from the sky, I heard the skylarks sing. Sometimes all little birds that are, how they seemed to fill the sea and air with their sweet jargoning. And now 'twas like all instruments, now like a lonely flute, and now it is an angel's song that makes the heavens be mute. It ceased, yet still the sails made on, a pleasant noise till noon, a noise like of a hidden brook in the leafy month of June, that to the sleeping woods all night singeth a quiet tune. Till noon we quietly sailed on, yet never a breeze did breathe. Slowly and smoothly went the ship, moved onward from beneath. Under the keel 9 fathom deep, from the land of mist and snow, the spirit slid, and it was he that made the ship to go. The sails at noon left off their tune, and the ship stood still also. The sun, right up above the mast, had fixed her to the ocean, but in a minute she gan stir, with a short uneasy motion, backwards and forwards half her length, with a short uneasy motion. Then like a pawing horse let go, she made a sudden bound. It flung the blood into my head, and I fell down in a swound. How long in that same fit I lay, I have not to declare. But ere my living life returned, I heard and in my soul discerned 2 voices in the air. "Is it he?" quoth one. "Is this the man, by him who died on cross? With his cruel bow he laid full low the harmless albatross. The spirit who bideth by himself in the land of mist and snow, he loved the bird who loved the man who shot him with his bow. The other was a softer voice, as soft as honey dew. Quoth he, "The man hath penance done, and penance more will do." Part the sixth. But tell me, speak again, thy soft response renewing, what makes that ship drive on so fast? What is the ocean doing? Still as a slave before his lord, the ocean hath no blast. His great bright eye most silently up to the moon is cast. If he may know which way to go, for she guides him smooth or grim, see, brother, see how graciously she looketh down on him. But why drives on that ship so fast, without a wave or wind? The air is cut away before, and closes from behind. Fly, brother, fly, more high, or we shall be belated. For slow and slow that ship will go, when the mariner's trance is abated. I woke, and we were sailing on, as in a gentle weather. 'Twas night, calm night, the moon was high, the dead men stood together. All stood together on the deck, for a charnel dungeon fitter. All fixed on me their stony eyes, that in the moon did glitter. The pang, the curse with which they died, had never passed away. I could not draw my eyes from theirs, nor turn them up to pray. And now this spell was snapped once more, I viewed the ocean green, and looked far forth, yet little saw of what had else been seen. Like one that on a lonesome road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend does close behind him tread. But soon there breathed a wind on me, nor sound nor motion made. Its path was not upon the sea, in ripple or in shade. It raised my hair, it fanned my cheek, like a meadow gale of spring. It mingled strangely with my fears, yet it felt like a welcoming. Swiftly, swiftly flew the ship, yet she sailed softly too. Sweetly, sweetly blew the breeze, on me alone it blew. Oh, dream of joy! Is this indeed the lighthouse top I see? Is this the hill? Is this the kirk? Is this mine own country? We drifted over the harbour bar, and I with sobs did pray, oh, let me be awake, my God, or let me sleep alway. The harbour bay was clear as glass, so smoothly it was strewn, and on the bay the moonlight lay, and the shadow of the moon. The rock shone bright, the kirk no less, that stands above the rock. The moonlight steeped in silentness the steady weathercock. And the bay was white with silent light, till rising from the same, full many shapes that shadows were in crimson colours came. A little distance from the prow those crimson shadows were. I turned my eyes upon the deck. Oh, Christ, what saw I there? Each corse lay flat, lifeless and flat, and by the holy rood a man all light, a seraph man, on every corse there stood. This seraph band each waved his hand. It was a heavenly sight. They stood as signals to the land, each one a lovely light. This seraph band each waved his hand. No voice did they impart, no voice, but oh, this silence sang like music on my heart. But soon I heard the dash of oars. I heard the pilots cheer. My head was turned perforce away, and I saw a boat appear. The pilot and the pilot's boy, I heard them coming fast. Dear Lord in heaven, it was a joy the dead men could not blast. I saw a third, I heard his voice. It is the hermit good. He singeth loud his godly hymns that he makes in the wood. He'll shrieve my soul, he'll wash away the albatross's blood. Part the seventh. This hermit good lives in the wood that slopes down to the sea. How loudly his sweet voice he rears! He loves to talk with mariners that come from a far country. He kneels at morn and noon and eve. He hath a cushion plump. It is the moss that wholly hides that rotted old oak stump. The skip boat near, I heard them talk. Why, this is strange, I trow. Where are those lights so many and fair that signal made but now? Strange, by my faith, the hermit said, and they answered not our cheer. The planks look warped, and see those sails, how thin they are and sere! I never saw aught like to them, unless perchance it were brown skeletons of leaves that lag my forest brook along, when the ivy tod is heavy with snow, and the owlet whoops to the wolf below that eats the she-wolf's young. Dear Lord, it hath a fiendish look, the pilot made reply. I am afeard. Push on, said the hermit cheerily. The boat came closer to the ship, but I nor spake nor stirred. The boat came close beneath the ship, and straight a sound was heard. Under the water it rumbled on, still louder and more dread. It reached the ship, it split the bay, the ship went down like lead. Stunned by that loud and dreadful sound, which sky and ocean smote, like one that hath been 7 days drowned, my body lay afloat. But swift as dreams, myself I found within the pilot's boat. Upon the whirl where sank the ship, the boat spun round and round, and all was still save that the hill was telling of the sound. I moved my lips, the pilot shrieked, and fell down in a fit. The holy hermit raised his eyes, and prayed where he did sit. I took the oars. The pilot's boy, who now doth crazy go, laughed loud and long, and all the while his eyes went to and fro. Ha, ha, quoth he, full plain I see, the devil knows how to row. And now, all in my own country, I stood on the firm land. The hermit stepped forth from the boat, and scarcely he could stand. Oh, shrieve me, holy man! The hermit crossed his brow. Say quick, quoth he, I bid thee say, what manner of man art thou? Forthwith this frame of mine was wrenched with a woeful agony, which forced me to begin my tale, and then it left me free. Since then, at an uncertain hour, that agony returns, until my ghastly tale is told, this heart within me burns. I pass like night from land to land. I have strange power of speech. That moment that his face I see, I know the man that must hear me. To him my tale I teach. What loud uproar bursts from that door? The wedding guests are there. But in the garden bower the bride and bridesmaids singing are. And hark the little vesper bell, which biddeth me to prayer. O wedding guest, this soul hath been alone on a wide, wide sea. So lonely 'twas that God himself scarce seemed there to be. O sweeter than the marriage feast, 'tis sweeter far to me, to walk together to the kirk, with a goodly company. To walk together to the kirk, and all together pray, while each to his great Father bends, old men and babes and loving friends, and youths and maidens gay. Farewell, farewell, for this I tell to thee, thou wedding guest. He prayeth well who loveth well, both man and bird and beast. He prayeth best who loveth best all things both great and small, for the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. The mariner, whose eye is bright, whose beard with age is hoar, is gone. And now the wedding guest turned from the bridegroom's door. He went like one that hath been stunned, and is of sense forlorn. A sadder and a wiser man, he rose the morrow morn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Sensitive Plant by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Amy Graymore. Part 1. A sensitive plant in a garden grew, and the young winds fed it with silver dew, and it opened its fan-like leaves to the light, and closed them beneath the kisses of night. And the spring arose on the garden fair, like the spirit of love felt everywhere, and each flower and herb on earth's dark breast rose from the dreams of its wintry rest. But none ever trembled and panted with bliss, in the garden, the field, or the wilderness, like a doe in the noontide with love's sweet wont, as the companionless sensitive plant. the snowdrop, and then the violet, arose from the ground with warm rain wet, and their breath was mixed with fresh odor sent from the turf like the voice and the instrument. Then the pied windflowers, and the tulip tall, and narcissi, the fairest among them all, who gaze on their eyes in the stream's recess till they die of their own dear loveliness. And the naiad like lily of the vale, whom youth makes so fair and passion so pale, that the light of its tremulous bells is seen through their pavilions of tender green. And the hyacinth purple and white and blue, which flung from its bells a sweet peal anew, of music so delicate, soft, and intense, it was felt like an odor within the sense. And the rose like a nymph to the bath addressed, which unveiled the depth of her glowing breast, till fold after fold to the fainting air the soul of her beauty and love lay bare. And the wand like lily, which lifted up as a maenad its moonlight colored cup, till the fiery star, which is its eye, gazed through clear dew on the tender sky. And the jessamine faint, and the sweet tuberose, the sweetest flower for scent that blows, and all rare blossoms from every clime, grew in that garden in perfect prime. And on the stream, whose inconstant bosom was pranked under boughs of embowering blossom, with golden and green light slanting through their heaven of many a tangled hue, broad water lilies lay tremulously, and starry river buds glimmered by, and around them the soft stream did glide and dance with a motion of sweet sound and radiance. And the sinuous paths of lawn and of moss, which led through the garden along and across, some open at once to the sun and the breeze, some lost among bowers of blossoming trees, were all paved with daisies and delicate bells, as fair as the fabulous asphodels, and florets which drooping as day drooped too, fell into pavilions, white, purple, and blue, to roof the glowworm from the evening dew. And from this undefiled paradise the flowers, as an infant's awakening eyes smile on its mother whose singing sweet can first lull and at last must awaken it, when heaven's blithe winds had enfolded them, as mine lamps enkindle a hidden gem, shone smiling to heaven, and every one shared joy in the light of the gentle sun, for each one was interpenetrated with the light and the odor its neighbor shed, like young lovers whom youth and love make dear, wrapt and filled by their mutual atmosphere. But the sensitive plant, which could give small fruit of the love which it felt from the leaf to the root, received more than all, it loved more than ever, where none wanted but it could belong to the giver. For the sensitive plant has no bright flower, radiance and odor are not its dower. It loves even like love, its deep heart is full, it desires what it has not, the beautiful. The light winds which from unsustaining wings shed the music of many murmurings, the beams which dart from many a star of the flowers whose hues they bear afar, the plumed insects swift and free, like golden boats on a sunny sea, laden with light and odor which pass over the gleam of the living grass, the unseen clouds of the dew which lie like fire in the flowers till the sun rides high, then wander like spirits among the spheres, each cloud faint with the fragrance it bears, the quivering vapors of dim noontide, which like a sea o'er the warm earth glide, in which every sound and odor and beam move as reeds in a single stream. Each and all like ministering angels were for the sensitive plant sweet joy to bear, whilst the lagging hours of the day went by like windless clouds o'er a tender sky. And when evening descended from heaven above, and the earth was all rest, and the air was all love, and delight, though less bright, was far more deep, and the day's veil fell from the world of sleep, and the beasts and the birds and the insects were drowned in an ocean of dreams without a sound, whose waves never mark, though they ever impress the light sand which paves it, consciousness. Only overhead the sweet nightingale ever sang more sweet as the day might fail, and snatches of its Elysian chant were mixed with the dreams of the sensitive plant. The sensitive plant was the earliest upgathered into the bosom of rest, a sweet child weary of its delight, the feeblest and yet the favorite, cradled within the embrace of night. II. There was a power in this sweet place, in even this Eden, a ruling grace, which to the flowers, did they waken or dream, was as God is to the starry scheme. A lady, the wonder of her kind, whose form was upborne by a lovely mind, which dilating had moulded her mien and motion like a sea flower unfolded beneath the ocean, tended the garden from morn to even, and the meteors of that sublunar heaven, like the lamps of the air when night walks forth, laughed round her footsteps up from the earth. She had no companion of mortal race, but her tremulous breath and her flushing face told, whilst the morn kissed the sleep from her eyes, that her dreams were less slumber than paradise. As if some bright spirit, for her sweet sake, had deserted heaven while the stars were awake, as if yet around her he lingering were, though the veil of daylight concealed him from her. Her steps seemed to pity the grass it pressed; you might hear by the heaving of her breast that the coming and going of the wind brought pleasure there and left passion behind. And wherever her airy footstep trod, her trailing hair from the grassy sod erased its light vestige with shadowy sweep, like a sunny storm o'er the dark green deep. I doubt not the flowers of that garden sweet rejoiced in the sound of her gentle feet; I doubt not they felt the spirit that came from her glowing fingers through all their frame. She sprinkled bright water from the stream on those that were faint with the sunny beam, and out of the cups of the heavy flowers she emptied the rain of the thunder showers. She lifted their heads with her tender hands, and sustained them with rods and osier bands. If the flowers had been her own infants, she could never have nursed them more tenderly. And all killing insects and gnawing worms, and things of obscene and unlovely forms, she bore in a basket of Indian woof into the rough woods far aloof. In a basket of grasses and wild flowers full, the freshest her gentle hands could pull, for the poor banished insects whose intent, although they did ill, was innocent. But the bee and the beam-like ephemeris, whose path is the lightning's, and soft moths that kiss the sweet lips of the flowers, and harm not did she, make her attendant angels be. In many an antenatal tomb, where butterflies dream of the life to come, she left clinging round the smooth and dark edge of the odorous cedar bark. This fairest creature from earliest spring thus moved through the garden ministering all the sweet season of summer tide, and ere the first leaf looked brown she died. III. 3 days the flowers of the garden fair, like stars when the moon is awakened were, or the waves of Baiae ere luminous she floats up through the smoke of Vesuvius. And on the 4th the sensitive plant felt the sound of the funeral chant, and the steps of the bearers heavy and slow, and the sobs of the mourners deep and low, the weary sound and the heavy breath, and the silent motions of passing death, and the smell cold, oppressive, and dank, sent through the pores of the coffin plank. The dark grass and the flowers among the grass were bright with tears as the crowd did pass; from their sighs the wind caught a mournful tone, and sate in the pines and gave groan for groan. The garden, once fair, became cold and foul, like the corpse of her who had been its soul, which at first was lovely as if in sleep, then slowly changed till it grew a heap, to make men tremble who never weep. Swift summer into the autumn flowed, and frost in the mist of the morning rode, though the noonday sun looked clear and bright, mocking the spoil of the secret night. The rose leaves like flakes of crimson snow paved the turf and the moss below, the lilies were drooping and white and wan, like the head and the skin of a dying man. And Indian plants of scent and hue, the sweetest that ever were fed on dew, leaf by leaf, day after day, were massed into the common clay. And the leaves, brown, yellow, and gray, and red, and white with the whiteness of what is dead, like troops of ghosts on the dry wind passed, their whistling noise made the birds aghast. and the gusty winds waked the winged seeds out of their birthplace of ugly weeds, till they clung round many a sweet flower's stem, which rotted into the earth with them. The water blooms under the rivulet fell from the stalks on which they were set, and the eddies drove them here and there, as the winds did those of the upper air. Then the rain came down, and the broken stalks were bent and tangled across the walks, and the leafless network of parasite bowers massed into ruin and all sweet flowers. Between the time of the wind and the snow, all loathliest weeds began to grow, whose coarse leaves were splashed with many a speck, like the water snake's belly and the toad's back. And thistles and nettles and darnels rank, and the dock and the henbane and hemlock dank, stretched out its long and hollow shank, and stifled the air till the dead wind stank. And plants, at whose names the verse feels loath, filled the place with a monstrous undergrowth, prickly and pulpous and blistering and blue, livid and starred with a lurid dew. And agarics and fungi, with mildew and mold, started like mist from the wet ground cold, pale, fleshy, as if the decaying dead with a spirit of growth had been animated. Spawn, weeds, and filth, a leprous scum, made the running rivulet thick and dumb, and at its outlet flags, huge as stakes, dammed it up with roots knotted like water snakes. And hour by hour, when the air was still, the vapors arose which have strength to kill. At morn they were seen, at noon they were felt, at night they were darkness no star could melt. And unctuous meteors from spray to spray crept and flitted in broad noonday, unseen; every branch on which they alit by a venomous blight was burned and bit. The sensitive plant, like one forbid, wept, and the tears within each lid of its folded leaves, which together grew, were changed to a blight of frozen glue. For the leaves soon fell, and the branches soon by the heavy axe of the blast were hewn. The sap shrank to the root through every pore, as blood to a heart that will beat no more. For winter came, the wind was his whip, one choppy finger was on his lip. He had torn the cataracts from the hills, and they clanked at his girdle like manacles. His breath was a chain, which without a sound the earth and the air and the water bound. He came fiercely driven, in his chariot thrown, by the tenfold blasts of the Arctic zone. Then the weeds, which were forms of living death, fled from the frost to the earth beneath. Their decay and sudden flight from frost was but like the vanishing of a ghost. And under the roots of the sensitive plant the moles and the dormice died for want. The birds dropped stiff from the frozen air, and were caught in the branches naked and bare. First there came down a thawing rain, and its dull drops froze on the boughs again. Then there steamed up a freezing dew, which to the drops of the thaw rain grew. And a northern whirlwind, wandering about, like a wolf that had smelt a dead child out, shook the boughs thus laden, and heavy and stiff, and snapped them off with his rigid griff. When winter had gone and spring came back, the sensitive plant was a leafless wreck, but the mandrakes and toadstools and docks and darnels rose like the dead from their ruined charnels. Conclusion. Whether the sensitive plant or that which within its boughs like a spirit sat, ere its outward form had known decay, now felt this change, I cannot say. Whether that lady's gentle mind, no longer with the form combined, which scattered love as stars do light, found sadness where it left delight, I dare not guess; but in this life of error, ignorance, and strife, where nothing is, but all things seem, and we the shadows of the dream, it is a modest creed, and yet pleasant if one considers it, to own that death itself must be, like all the rest, a mockery. That garden sweet, that lady fair, and all sweet shapes and odors there, in truth have never passed away; 'tis we, 'tis ours, are changed, not they. For love and beauty and delight there is no death nor change; their might exceeds our organs, which endure no light, being themselves obscure. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Vanity of Human Wishes, the 10th satire of Juvenal, imitated by Samuel Johnson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Algie Pug. The 10th satire of Juvenal. Let observation with extensive view survey mankind from China to Peru. Remark each anxious toil, each eager strife, and watch the busy scenes of crowded life, then say how hope and fear, desire and hate, o'erspread with snares the clouded maze of fate, where wavering man, betrayed by venturous pride, to tread the dreary paths without a guide, as treacherous phantoms in the mist delude, shuns fancy's ills, or chases airy good. How rarely reason guides the stubborn choice, rules the bold hand, or prompts the suppliant voice. How nations sink, by darling schemes oppressed, when vengeance listens to the fool's request. Fate wings with every wish the afflictive dart, each gift of nature, and each grace of art. With fatal heat impetuous courage glows, with fatal sweetness elocution flows. Impeachment stops the speaker's powerful breath, and restless fire precipitates on death. But scarce observed the knowing and the bold fall in a general massacre of gold, wide wasting pest, that rages unconfined, and crowds with crimes the records of mankind. For gold his sword the hireling ruffian draws, for gold the hireling judge distorts the laws. Wealth heaped on wealth, nor truth nor safety buys, the dangers gather as the treasures rise. Let history tell where rival kings command, and dubious title shakes the madded land. When statutes glean the refuse of the sword, how much more safe the vassal than the lord. Low skulks the hind beneath the rage of power, and leaves the bonny traitor in the tower. Untouched his cottage, and his slumbers found, though confiscation's vultures clang around. The needy traveller, serene and gay, walks the wild heath, and sings his toil away. Does envy seize thee? Crush the upbraiding joy, increase his riches, and his peace destroy. New fears in dire vicissitude invade, the rustling brake alarms, and quivering shade. Nor light nor darkness bring his pain relief, one shows the plunder, and one hides the thief. Yet still the general cry the skies assails, and gain and grandeur load the tainted gales. Few know the toiling state's man's fear or care, th' insidious rival, and the gaping heir. Once more, Democritus, arise on earth, with cheerful wisdom and instructive mirth. See motley life in modern trappings dressed, and feed with varied fools the eternal jest. Thou who couldst laugh where want enchained caprice, toil crushed conceit, and man was of a piece, where wealth unloved without a mourner died, and scarce a sycophant was fed by pride, where ne'er was known the form of mock debate, or seen a newly made mayor's unwieldy state, where change of favourites made no change of laws, and senates heard before they judged a cause. How wouldst thou shake at Britain's modish tribe, dart the quick taunt, and edge the piercing gibe? Attentive truth and nature to descry, and pierce each scene with philosophic eye. To thee, where solemn toys or empty show, the robes of pleasure and the veils of woe, all aid the farce, and all thy mirth maintain, where joys are causeless, or whose griefs are vain. Such was the scorn that filled the sage's mind, renewed at every glance on humankind. How just that scorn, ere yet thy voice declare! Search every state, and canvass every prayer. Unnumbered suppliants crowd preferment's gate, athirst for wealth, and burning to be great. The loose of fortune hears the incessant call. They mount, they shine, evaporate, and fall. On every stage the foes of peace attend. Hate dogs their flight, and insult mocks their end. Love ends with hope, the sinking statesman's door Pours in the morning worshipper no more. For growing names the weekly scribbler lies, To growing wealth the dedicator flies. From every room descends the painted face That hung the bright palladium of the place, And smoked in kitchens, or in auctions sold, To better features yields the frame of gold. For now no more we trace in every line Heroic worth, benevolence divine. The form distorted justifies the fall, And detestation rids the indignant wall. But will not Britain hear the last appeal, Sign her foe's doom, or guard her favourite zeal? Through freedom's sons no more remonstrance rings, Degrading nobles and controlling kings. Our supple tribes repress their patriot throats, And ask no questions but the price of votes. With weekly libels and septennial ale, Their wish is full to riot and to rail. In full-blown dignity see Wolsey stand, Law in his voice and fortune in his hand. To him the Church, the realm their powers consign, Through him the rays of regal bounty shine. Turned by his nod the stream of honour flows, His smile alone security bestows. Still to new heights his restless wishes towered, Claim leads to claim, and power advances power, Till conquest unresisted ceased to please, And rights submitted left him none to seize. At length his sovereign frowns, the train of state Mark the keen glance, and watch the sign to hate. Where'er he turns he meets a stranger's eye, His suppliants scorn him, and his followers fly. Now drops at once the pride of awful state, The golden canopy, the glittering plate, The regal palace, the luxurious board, The liveried army, and the menial lord. With age, with cares, with maladies oppressed, He seeks the refuge of monastic rest. Grief aids disease, remembered folly stings, And his last sighs reproach the faith of kings. Speak thou, whose thoughts at humble peace repine, Shall Wolsey's wealth with Wolsey's end be thine? Or liv'st thou now with safer pride content, The richest landlord on the banks of Trent? For why did Wolsey by the steps of fate On weak foundations raise the enormous weight? Why but to sink beneath misfortune's blow, With louder ruin to the gulfs below? What gave great Villiers to the assassin's knife, And fixed disease on Harley's closing life? What murdered Wentworth, and what exiled Hyde, By kings protected, and to kings allied? What but their wish indulged in courts to shine, And power too great to keep or to resign? When first the college rolls receive his name, The young enthusiast quits his ease for fame. Resistless burns the fever of renown, Caught from the strong contagion of the gown. O'er Bodley's dome his future labours spread, And Bacon's mansion trembles o'er his head. Are these thy views? Proceed, illustrious youth, And virtue guard thee to the throne of truth. Yet should thy soul indulge the generous heat, Till captive science yields her last retreat. Should reason guide thee with her brightest ray, And pour on misty doubt resistless day. Should no false kindness lure to loose delight, Nor praise relax, nor difficulty fright. Should tempting novelty thy cell refrain, And sloth's bland opiates shed their fumes in vain. Should beauty blunt on fops her fatal dart, Nor claim the triumph of a lettered heart. Should no disease thy torpid veins invade, Nor melancholy's phantoms haunt thy shade. Yet hope not life from grief or danger free, Nor think of doom of man reversed for thee. Deign on the passing world to turn thine eyes, And pause awhile from learning to be wise. Then mark what ills the scholar's life assail. Toil, envy, want, the garret, and the jail. See nations slowly rise and meanly just, To buried merit raise the tardy bust. If dreams yet flatter, once again attend, Hear Lydiat's life, and Galileo's end. Nor deem, where learning her lost prize bestows The glittering eminence exempt from foes. See where the vulgar scaped, despised or awed, Rebellion's vengeful talons seize on laud. From meaner minds, though smaller finds content, The plundered palace, or sequestered rent. Marked out by dangerous parts he meets the shock, And fatal learning leads him to the block. Around his tomb let art and genius weep, But hear his death, ye blockheads, hear and sleep. The festal blazes, the triumphal show, The ravish'd standard, and the captive foe, The senate's thanks, the gazette's pompous tale, With force resistless o'er the brave prevail. Such bribes the rapid Greek o'er Asia whirl'd, For such the steady Romans shook the world. For such in distant lands the Britons shine, And stain'd with blood the Danube or the Rhine. This power has praise, that virtue scarce can warm, Till fame supplies the universal charm. Yet reason frowns on war's unequal game, Where wasted nations raise a single name, And mortgaged states their grandsires' wreaths regret, From age to age in everlasting debt. Wreaths which at last the dear bought right convey To rust on medals, or on stones decay. On what foundation stands the warrior's pride? How just his hopes let Swedish Charles decide. A frame of adamant, a soul of fire, No dangers fright him, and no labours tire. Or love, or force, extends his wide domain, Unconquered lord of pleasure and of pain. No joys to him pacific sceptres yield. War sounds the trump, he rushes to the field, Beholds surrounding kings their power combine, And one capitulate, and one resign. Peace courts his hand, but spread her charms in vain. Think nothing gained, he cries, till naught remain, On Moscow's walls till Gothic standards fly, And all is mine beneath the polar sky. The march begins in military state, And nations on his eye suspended wait. Stern famine guards the solitary coast, And winter barricades the realms of frost. He comes! Nor want nor cold his course delay. Hide, blushing glory, hide, Pultowa's day. The vanish'd hero leaves his broken bands, And shows his miseries in distant lands. Condemn'd a needy supplicant to wait, While ladies interpose, and slaves debate. But did not chance at length her error mend? Did no subverted empire mark his end? Did rival monarchs give the fatal wound? Or hostile millions press him to the ground? His fall was destined to a barren strand, A petty fortress, and a dubious hand. He left the name, at which the world grew pale, To point a moral, or adorn a tale. Times their scenes of pompous woes afford, From Persia's tyrant to Bavaria's lord, In gay hostility and barbarous pride, With half mankind embattled at his side. Great Xerxes comes to seize the certain prey, And starves exhausted regions in his way. Attendant flattery counts his myriads o'er, Till counted myriads soothe his pride no more. Fresh praise is tried till madness fires his mind. The waves he lashes, and enchains the wind. New powers are claim'd, new powers are still bestow'd, Till rude resistance lops the spreading god. The daring Greeks deride the martial show, And heap their valleys with the gaudy foe. Th' insulted sea with humbler thoughts he gains. A single skiff to speed his flight remains. The encumbered oar scarce leaves the dreaded coast, Through purple billows and a floating host. The bold Bavarian in a luckless hour Tries the dread summits of Caesarean power, With unexpected legions bursts away, And sees defenceless realms receive his sway. Short sway! Fair Austria spreads her mournful charms, The Queen, the Beauty, sets the world in arms. From hill to hill the beacon's rousing blaze Spreads wide the hope of plunder and of praise. the fierce Croatian and the wild Hussar, and all the sons of ravage crowd the war, the baffled prince in honour's flattering bloom of hasty greatness finds the fatal doom, his foes' derision and his subjects' blame, and steals to death from anguish and from shame. Enlarge my life with multitude of days, in health, in sickness, thus the suppliant prays, hides from himself his state, and shuns to know that life protracted is protracted woe. Time hovers o'er, impatient to destroy, and shuts up all the passages of joy. In vain their gifts the bounteous seasons pour, the fruit autumnal and the vernal flower. With listless eyes the dotard views the store, he views, and wonders that they please no more. Now pall the tasteless meats and joyless wines, and luxury with sighs her slave resigns. Approach, ye minstrels, try the soothing strain, and yield the tuneful lenitives of pain. No sounds, alas, would touch the impervious ear, though dancing mountains witnessed Orpheus near. Nor lute nor lyre his feeble powers attend, nor sweeter music of a virtuous friend, but everlasting dictates crowd his tongue, perversely grave, or positively wrong. The still returning tale and lingering jest perplex the fawning niece and pampered guest, while growing hopes scarce awe the gathering sneer, and scarce a legacy can bribe to hear. The watchful guests still hint the last offence, the daughter's petulance, the son's expense, improve his heady rage with treacherous skill, and mould his passions till they make his will. Unnumbered maladies each joint invade, laid siege to life and press the dire blockade. But unextinguished avarice still remains, and dreaded losses aggravate his pains. He turns, with anxious heart and crippled hands, his bonds of debt and mortgages of lands, or views his coffers with suspicious eyes, unlocks his gold and counts it till he dies. But grant the virtues of a temperate prime, blessed with an age exempt from scorn or crime, an age that melts in unperceived decay, and glides in modest innocence away, whose peaceful day benevolence endears, whose night congratulating conscience cheers, the general favourite as the general friend. Such age there is, and who could wish its end? Yet e'en on this her load misfortune flings, to press the weary minute's flagging wings. New sorrow rises as the day returns, a sister sickens or a daughter mourns, now kindred merit fills the fable bier, now lacerated friendship claims a tear. Year chases year, decay pursues decay, still drops some joy from withering life away. New forms arise and different views engage, superfluous lags the veteran on the stage, till pitying nature signs the last release, and bids afflicted worth retire to peace. But few there are whom hours like these await, who set unclouded in the gulfs of fate. From Lydia's monarch should the search descend, by Solon cautioned to regard his end. In life's last scene what prodigies surprise, fears of the brave, and follies of the wise? From Marlborough's eyes the streams of dotage flow, and swift expires a driveller and a show. The teeming mother, anxious for her race, begs for each birth the fortune of a face. Yet vain could tell what ills from beauty spring, and sadly curse the form that pleased a king. Ye nymphs of rosy lips and radiant eyes, whom pleasure keeps too busy to be wise, whom joys with soft varieties invite, by day the frolic, and the dance by night, who frown with vanity, who smile with art, and ask the latest fashion of the heart. What care, what rules your heedless charms shall save, each nymph your rival, and each youth your slave? An envious breast with certain mischief glows, and slaves, the maxim tells, are always foes. Against your fame with fondness hate combines, the rival batters, and the lover mines. With distant voice neglected virtue calls, less heard and less the faint remonstrance falls. Tired with contempt, she quits the slippery rein, And pride and prudence take her seat in vain. In crowd at once, where none the pass defend, The harmless freedom and the private friend, The guardians yield, by force superior plied, By interest, prudence, and by flattery, pride. Here beauty falls betrayed, despised, distressed, And hissing infamy proclaims the rest. Where then shall hope and fear their objects find? Must dull suspense corrupt the stagnant mind? Must helpless man, in ignorance sedate, Swim darkling down the current of his fate? Must no dislike alarm, no wish arise, No cries attempt the mercies of the skies? Enquirer, cease; petitions yet remain, Which Heaven may hear, nor deem religion vain. Still raise for good the supplicating voice, But leave to Heaven the measure and the choice. Safe in his power, whose eyes discern afar The secret ambush of a specious prayer. Implore his aid, in his decisions rest, Secure whate'er he gives the best. Yet with the sense of sacred presence pressed, When strong devotion fills thy glowing breast, Pour forth thy fervours for a healthful mind, Obedient passions, and a will resigned; For love which scarce collective man can fill, For patience, sovereign o'er transmuted ill; For faith, that panting for a happier seat, Thinks death kind nature's signal of retreat. These goods for man the laws of Heaven ordain, These goods he grants, who grants the power to gain. With these celestial wisdom calms the mind, And makes the happiness she does not find. End of The Vanity of Human Wishes, by Samuel Johnson. Recorded by Algie Pugg, Perth, Western Australia.
Virtue is its own reward, by Harry Graham. Read for LibriVox.org by Lars Rolander. Virtue is its own reward. Virtue its own reward? Alas! And what a poor one as a rule! Be virtuous, and life will pass Like one long term of Sunday school. No prospect truly could one find More unalluring to the mind. You may imagine that it pays To practice goodness. Not a bit. You cease receiving any praise When people have got used to it. 'Tis generally understood You find it easy to be good. The model child has got to keep His fingers and his garments white. In church he may not go to sleep, Nor ask to stop up late at night. In fact, he must not ever do A single thing he wishes to. He may not paddle in his boots Like naughty children at the sea. The sweetness of forbidden fruits Is not, alas, for such as he. He watches with pathetic eyes His weaker brethren make mud pies. He must not answer back, oh no, However rude grown-ups may be, But keep politely silent though He brim with scathing repartee. For nothing is considered worse Than scoring off mamma or nurse. He must not eat too much at meals, Nor scatter crumbs upon the floor. However vacuous he feels, He may not pass his plate for more. Not though his every organ ache For further slabs of Christmas cake. He is enjoined to choose his food From what is easy to digest, A choice which in itself is good, But never what he likes the best. At times how madly he must wish For just one real unwholesome dish. And when the wretched urchin plays With other little girls and boys, He has to show unselfish ways By giving them his choicest toys. His ears he lets them freely box, Or pull his lubricated locks. His face is always being washed, His hair perpetually brushed, and thus his brighter side is squashed, his human instincts warped and crushed. Small wonder that his early years are filled with thoughts too deep for tears. He is commanded not to waste the fleeting hours of childhood days by giving way to any taste for circuses or matinees. For him the entertainments planned are lectures on the Holy Land. He never reads a story book by Rider H. or Winston C. In vain upon his desk you'd look for tales by Richard Harding D. Nor could you find upon his shelf the works of Rudyard or myself. He always fears that he may do some action that is infra dig, and so he lives his short life through in the most noxious role of prig. Short life, I say, for it's agreed the good die very young indeed. Ah me, how sad it is to think he could have lived like me or you, with practice and a taste for drink. Our joys he might have known, he too, and shared the pleasure we have had in being gloriously bad. The naughty boy gets much delight from doing what he should not do, but as such conduct isn't right, he sometimes suffers for it too. Yet what's a spanking to the fun of leaving vital things undone? If he's notoriously bad, but for a day should change his ways, his parents will be all so glad, they'll shower him with gifts and praise. It pays a connoisseur in crimes to be a perfect saint at times. Of course there always lies the chance that he is charged with being ill, and all his innocent romance is ruined by a rhubarb pill. Alas, 'tis not alone the good that are so much misunderstood. But as a rule when he behaves, evincing no malarial signs, his friends are all his faithful slaves, until he once again declines, with easy conscience more or less, to undiluted wickedness. The wicked flourish like the bay, at cards or love they always win. Good fortune dogs their steps all day, they fatten while the good grow thin. The righteous man has much to bear, the bad becomes a billionaire. For though he be the greatest sham, luck favors him his whole life through. At bridge he always makes a slam, after declaring song a two. With every deal his fate has planned, 100 aces in his hand. And it is always just the same, he somehow manages to win, by mere good fortune, any game that he may be competing in. At golf no bunker breaks his club, for him the green provides no rub. At billiards, too, he flukes away, with quite unnecessary side, no matter what he tries to play, for him the pockets open wide. He never finds both balls in baulk, or makes miscues for want of chalk. He swears, he very likely bets, he even wears a flaming necktie, inhales Egyptian cigarettes, and has a mens in contia recti. Yet spite of all, one must confess that naught succeeds like his excess. There's no occasion to be just, no need for motives that are fine, to be director of a trust or manager of a combine. Your corner is a public curse, perhaps, but it will fill your purse. Then stride across the public's bones, crush all opponents under you, until you rise on stepping stones of their dead selves, and when you do, the widow's and the orphan's tears shall comfort your declining years. But having had your boom in oil, and made your millions out of it, would you propose to cease from toil? Great Vanderfeller, not a bit. You've got to labor day and night until you die, and serve you right. Then, when you stop this frenzied race, and others in your office sit, you leave the world a better place, the better for your leaving it. For there's a chance perhaps your heir may spend what you've collected there. Myself, how lucky I must be, that need not fear so gross an end, since fortune has not favoured me with many £1,000,000 to spend. Still, did that fickle dame relent, I'd show you how they should be spent. I'm not saint enough to feel my shoulder ripen to a wing, nor have I wits enough to steal his title from the Copper King. And there's a vasty gulf between the man I am and might have been. But though at dinner I might take too much of Heidsieck extra dry, and underneath the table make my simple couch just where I lie, my mode of roasting on the floor is just a trick and nothing more. And when not wisely, but too well, my thirst I have contrived to quench, the stories I'm apt to tell may be perhaps a trifle French. For 'tis in anecdote, no doubt, that what's bred in the bone comes out. It does not render me unfit to give advice both wise and right, because I do not follow it myself as closely as I might. There's nothing that I wouldn't do to point the proper road to you. And this I'm sure of, more or less, and trust that you will all agree, the elements of happiness consist in being just like me. No sinner, nor a saint perhaps, but, well, the very best of chaps. Share the experience I have had, consider all I've known and seen, and don't be good and don't be bad, but cultivate a golden mean. What makes existence really nice is virtue with a dash of vice. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.